We're going to invite everyone to take a seat as we begin this funding program. You all hear me? No. How about now? Better. Good morning. You all hear me? No. My name is how about now? You can hear me? Maybe hold the mic. Is this better?
No.
That's right. I'm gonna take these old ears. Hello. Hello. All right, awesome. Good morning, everyone. My name is Judith Dulce, and I'm the Assistant Director of the Communication Studies Institute here at Brooklyn College. I'm excited to welcome you all to day 2 of our Haitian Heritage Conference. Yesterday, we were delighted to begin our conversations. We talked about the historical context of the indemnity, and we talked about some of the legal pathways to pursue reparations, justice, and restitution. And today we're excited to continue and build on that foundation, starting with our panel discussion on the cost of the indemnity and the benefits of reparative justice. The roundtable is going to be moderated by Professor François Pierre-Louis, who is the chair of the Political Science Department at Queens College, CUNY, with research interests in immigration, transnationalism, and Haitian and Caribbean politics. He has served in senior government roles in Haiti and is the author of Haitians in New York City and co-author of Migrant Crossroads. His work has appeared in numerous academic journals, and he has also served as senior advisor to the CUNY chancellor and consultant for faith, action, and Faith in Action International. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Francois.
Good morning, everyone. How is everybody doing?
Okay, thank you.
And we have a long day today, so you have to get ready for it. We have three great intellectuals, academics, people who've been working a long time in Haiti, doing a lot of research. I said three great because we have eventually we'll have Camille Chalmers if we can reach him on Zoom.
A little loud, Francois, a little louder, please.
But we're still looking for him. Unfortunately, he couldn't come because he had a visa problem. He was in Jamaica right now. He was hoping to get the visa, but as you know these days, a visa is a U.S. visa has become a golden visa. If you have the money, you can get it. If you don't have $1 million, you may not be able to get it. But we hope we can reach him by Zoom. Anyway, this is a great program this morning. We have Dr. Margaret Alexson. She's a professor at Yale College. She's been teaching there since 2012. She's a fellow of the New York Academy of Medicine and Jonas Scholar alumna. Her area of expertise includes medical, surgical, nursing, and nursing administration. Her research interests involve disability in the post-2010 Haiti earthquake. Other interests include student mentoring and community initiatives, both nationally and internationally. She is also actively engaged in a research study addressing the incidence of hypertension among college students throughout the metropolitan area, as well as a collaborative study investigating mental health and sleep during the COVID-19. Now, this is a little bit of Professor Alexander you see here. One thing they mentioned, she's one of my colleagues who went to Haiti after the 2010 earthquake to build the public university system in Haiti. And she was the dedicated expert helping the nursing school in Gonaïve. And as she was teaching there in that period, out of the national exam that was given, it was a student from that school in Gonaïve, the nursing school, who was the laureate of the nursing, the whole nursing program in Haiti. So that can show you directly, how well she taught those students and how dedicated she has been toward nursing and health in Haiti. So, I will ask Margaret to present, and then afterward I'll present Dr. Hilary Congo.
Thank you very much, Professor Pierre. Let me just pull up the Okay, Bonnet.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, all of you, for being here this morning. And this really is just a little bit of conversation regarding the healthcare impact of the debt. One of the speakers said yesterday, when government makes decisions, it's really the people that suffer the consequences. And as we know, for over 200 years, the people of Haiti have been affected mentally, physically, emotionally in every way possible as an impact of the debt. All right. I must say I have no conflict of interest to declare in recognition of this presentation. And my objectives, as I said, is to briefly review some of the health statistics that exist in Haiti, describe some various attempts to provide support. As Dr. Pierre said to you in the introduction, we had been on the ground in Haiti since after the earthquake in 2011, really getting things on board to see how best to address in each region, how best to address the issues that were occurring. And to really discuss next steps and how to move forward. That will be a collaborative discussion. Yeah. All right. So really, when we look at healthcare expenditure, in 2021, the public expenditure on health accounted for less than 1% of the gross domestic product and 3.92% of the total public expenditure. That doesn't say much for a country with almost 12 million individuals. And the out-of-pocket spending on health accounted for almost 50% of the health expenditure. So if you did not have the money, you were not getting health care, because really nothing is free. A lot of Haiti is known as the land of NGOs because the majority of the healthcare and other programs that are provided in Haiti are provided by NGOs, non-governmental agencies, or private sectors. When we look at healthcare, in order to have a healthy nation, you must first start with healthy people. And the women carry the children, the men are involved. So you need healthy men and healthy women to really produce healthy children that can function mentally and physically in the country. As it is right now, Haiti is showing deplorable numbers in terms of maternal and neonatal mortality. And what it explains, 346.3%, okay, maternal mortality, which means out of 100,000 live births, 346.3 mothers do not survive after they've had their children. And when we look at the neonatal percentages, it's 23.72% in Haiti, per 1,000 births. When you look at the US, the maternal mortality rate is 10.4% per 100,000 births. And the United States consider that to be high percent. The neonatal rate in the United States is 3.6%. And this was an increase from 3.49% in 2021. So you see what a devastation that's occurring in Haiti. So when we look at causes of death throughout for females per 100,000 of the population. This information was from the World Health Organization in 2021. And most of the deaths occurred as a result of ischemic heart disease, diabetes, COVID, especially during the peak of COVID in 2020 to really looking at 2024-ish still. Lower respiratory infections, natural hypertension and diabetes, In my world, we know that hypertension, diabetes, kidney disease all work hand in hand. So those are not rare numbers or percentages for us to see. Natural disaster, 24.9%. Road injury, we know that there are a lot of road injury deaths, secondary to the fact that not only the injuries that occur, but the lack of medical care that is provided as a result of. And kidney disease. Kidney disease works along with the heart disease and the high blood pressure and the diabetes. Now for men, when we look for men, ischemic heart disease, COVID, stroke, lower respiratory, road injuries, international violence, okay, chronic liver disease. So these were the most prominent causes of death in Haiti. All right, so when we look at healthcare providers and patient ratio, in 2023, Haiti's public sector had 1.4 physician and 1.8 nurse per 10,000 people, according to the study that was done by the Pan American Health Organization. This ratio is 1/4 of the world's average and the lowest in the Americas, according to this study. The private sector, on the other hand, had a little bit better ratio, where they had 1 physician and 2.1 nurse per 10,000 people. When we look at education, Haiti's literacy rate is about 61%. And the 61% is, you really have to look at who is collecting the data. We know that one of the issues in Haiti is the collection of data is not always accurate. And whether or not the rural communities were deeply included within those percentages. Again, why is this occurring? Haiti faces shortages of educational supplies and, of course, qualified teachers. And the further out you go in the rural communities, the more you are impacted by these shortages. This we learned when we went to Haiti to do assessment, all right? We saw the further out you go through in the rural areas or some of the, away from Port-au-Prince, nobody wants to be in a rural area. It's not fashionable not to be in the capital. So it was really whoever they can get to teach, or when they were teaching, if they were not getting paid, not enough was done to teach the students. And the sizes of the classes was also an issue. And coming from somebody who has experienced some of the issues, for example, if, I've been to Haiti for decades, back and forth, looking at how education is brought about for children, both in the capital and the rural sector. In the rural sector, you can have a class with 40 some odd kids. Those that are the brightest students are the ones that would excel. Those that may have a learning disability, which are not diagnosed, will be told that, they're just not, they're just not there. They're just not bright enough. But no one is looking to see what is wrong with that child that they're not learning. Is it that it's a dark room that they're not able to see the blackboard that's so far away? Do they have a hearing problem that they're not able to hear? Are we doing health assessment upon entry to make sure that the children are physically and mentally able to learn? And hunger is a big problem in Haiti. A hungry mind cannot learn. So those are some of the issues that we confronted. Okay? And since we say medical, nursing, care, and because I'm in the healthcare, I kind of left the others that are also needed. We need lab technicians, we need biologists, we need chemists, we need everybody. But looking at the percentages where they say the primary healthcare providers are nurses and doctors, I looked at the public sector. In terms of public medical education in Haiti is primarily offered by the state university. And when you look that they only accept 100 students annually based on an entrance exam. How many years will it take for the country to have sufficient medical personnel to take care of the people that they have in the country? So we could see why we depend so much on NGOs and external support. Nursing education. The nursing, I may be biased, but we're a little better because nursing has, and I know there are some others, but there are 5 key locations for public education and nursing in Haiti. In Port-au-Prince, in L'Arcaille, in Cap-Haïtien, in Jérémie, and Gonaïve. Excuse me, I have a cold. They collectively accept 200 students annually and approximately 200 to 300 nurses graduate per year. So we're kind of putting more healthcare providers out, a little more than the physicians. And a lot of the nurses, based on those that I've worked with in the different schools, they're basically working as the primary care provider, okay? They're delivering the babies, they're, stitching the patients because they have more contact with the patients than the physician. And we have also a lot of external organizations, which I'll get to later on, that are addressing the nursing shortage and helping to create primary care providers that can help with the primary care aspect for the country. So where are we? And what are potential next steps? Where are we? We are at a crossroad where it is extremely, extremely important that we have to invest in an infrastructure building. Infrastructure building in the sense that what is going to keep Haitian people in the country? We can't say, Union fait la force. We have to know what does that look like. Okay, how do we imagine that l'union fait la force? We have to increase funding in education and healthcare. Okay, infrastructure, you need a government. Without a government, you don't have a country. Without a country, you don't have infrastructure. You don't have safety. You don't have security. You don't have economic encouragement, economic advancement. Everybody is running away, not because they want to, but they have no choice. Okay. Years ago, I used to be very upset at the fact that we would go to Haiti and help to educate healthcare providers, teachers, and some of them before they finish, they get a visa and they leave. However, I had to reflect upon that. People are dying. People are living in a traumatic mindset 24/7. You can't live in a country where every day you don't know what's going to be happening to you, whether you're going to survive or not survive. That is not quality of life. So I cannot blame the individuals that are leaving. I can say it's important for us to really kind of take a reflective look at what can be done to keep people in the country. How long are we going to keep paying for a debt that is destroying the country? There are areas of Haiti, yes, you wouldn't think all of this is going on, but it is going on. People are dying. Accidents are happening that people cannot get to a hospital. I can just, tell you, in 2017, I almost died in Haiti. And the only reason I survived was because I was able to have the means to pay to get out of Haiti. I was in a very bad car accident. I ended up with a broken neck. If I was your typical Haitian, I would be dead or I would be paralyzed. So we really have to look at the humaneness of care. A government is responsible for providing health care to its people. So we really need to think about that. We talk a lot. There's a lot of presentations that were done where we're looking at, what should be done, what should be done. All right, we're talking a lot. Let's try to think about what is being done. Increasing the healthcare, looking at preventative care, looking at screening programs. The majority of Haitians do not do preventative care. If they're sick, they know the right teas to drink, they know the right concoctions to put together. But immunization campaigns, okay, informational sessions. People are having children. It's projected that the population rate by 2025 will increase to 12.2 million. So we need healthy people in the country. We need to get together as a group, as a nation, to help Haiti to become what we really want it to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alexander. We will take questions at the end after the second presentation. I'd like now to invite Professor Como. Yeah. Dr. Como is a Haitian-born associate professor at DePaul University. Before he came to the US in 1991, he was a Fulbright scholar. He earned a bachelor's degree in business and law from the State University of Haiti. Dr. Como holds an MA in economics and MBA in finance and a PhD in economics. His research interest focuses on political economy and economic policy. He has contributed as research advisor or project director to research endeavors sponsored by some of the Haiti's international partners. His involvement in Haiti's civil society and diaspora inspired his founding of GRAN. GRAN is the Groupe de Réflexion et d'Action pour une Haïti Nouvelle, Haiti's first international think tank. He is also a founding member of the SAB Heritage Association, which seeks to uphold the legacy of Jean-Baptiste Point-du-Sable, the founder of Chicago. Dr. Como published Bâtisseur du lendemain, a political novel. And I know that you're also very much active with the Bank of Haiti as an advisor and consultant. So we're glad to have you here. Thank you. Bonjour.
Excusez-moi. C'est dramatique, on se fait la moitié de ce qu'on va c'est. Elle m'a parlé de Haïti, des familles passionnées qui vont suivre. Excusez-moi aussi, en religion, tous les mots choix meilleurs. Même commencer par les créoles, parce que mon feedback qui était hier, il me dit pour qui ça n'a fait A. Ma soeur, il est là. Pour qui ça n'a pas parlé anglais, non, et suivait ça, et que on fait français, créole, pas vrai. Et donc, vous dites ça comme d'avoir parlé, alors vous posez le problème, non, est-ce que vous mettez pousser dans français, créole? Hein?
Well, you know, we have some people here who don't speak Creole or French. And given that this has been live streamed.
Exactly, your people online.
Online? Yeah.
Okay.
So feel free to, maybe if you speak Creole, you'd like to do someone in English for us.
Or go English and then with a passion.
Yeah.
Then
So I'd like to start saying how significant that was. That I guess by happenstance, you happened to speak before me. And about that specific health area, which is so fundamental for economic development. And as you were speaking, I was wondering how current your statistics are now. Because you see, I returned to Haiti in 2020, and I had a career in the central bank, and I came back to the central bank. What I'm seeing, because I love traveling toward the country, indeed, in the past few years, I can travel toward the country, right? But in my first couple of years, I could. It's a disaster that's going on. And without going into that insecurity thing with the gangs, etc., right? People are dying. So this is a complete national disaster in all aspects that we are living. And me as an economist of my specialization is in economic development, who knows the country fairly well. Before I traveled in 2001 to go teach at DePaul, I was chief economist in the central bank, so the editor of the annual report. So already I was looking at the statistics, and publishing about them for the bank. It was already a terrible situation. So people die for the very simple things, simply because, as you said, yours was very great, right? An accident, a broken leg, it was something. But a very simple thing, having the right medication, the right medical intervention, it's not there, and people are dying. So the health area that you touch, it's one of the main areas of organizing a modern society. So then we could go to education. That's another big area. So now you're talking with young people in Haiti. They are in philo, that means the 12th grade, right? They are senior high schoolers, right? And French is still an official language of the country. So they speak French with you. They send WhatsApp messages in French to you. You just don't know what to say. and neither what to do because you simply don't understand what they wrote. And you're embarrassed telling them, you see, they are philo, some are in university, in college, right? So they write you, you don't understand. So maybe you keep silent, say, oh, stop là, c'est pas you. Et pourtant, you pas stop, no, you va get for me. Because the value of education has deteriorated so massively. And then the third big area of the economy, of course, it's economic activity itself. The process of job creation, because le travail, c'est la liberté. And having a job, it's a beautiful thing. Either a job where you work for someone or a job that you create yourself and providing jobs to other people, right? So a job is necessary as a matter of having income in order to sustain life. And to create that multiplying effect within the economy where your spending is providing salary for those who are serving you, and etc. And a country can advance like that. And now we go to the fourth one, governance. So I guess I don't need to delve there, right? Thank you. Governance. As the lady said, it should be the first one. So now you know everything, right? I'm not going into tripotage, and all the more that Dr. Sarah is right here. I don't know if she does that on purpose, looking at me fixed, comme dirait Coupé Cloué, right? Because she knows that I could go until noon. But my dear Dr. Sarah, I won't do that. And then that takes me back to what, see, I have a paper, I have not looked at the paper. And maybe I've already taken all the time.
No, it's not that bad.
Thank you. This business of the so-called dette de l'indépendance, which is more accurately called the ransom of independence, and the issue of not reparation. We don't need people to come repair anything for us. We need restitution. Bring us give us our money back at its current value. And since there are serious estimations that have been done by economists, both Haitian and foreign, as to the value of the heel that was done to us, I mean, the value in terms of the worth in monetary terms, such value should give us an idea as to how much is owed to us. And this is a little bit what I'm going to talk about quickly and conclude with, now, what's the way ahead? A suggestion, right? I will just submit to you, share with you, and think about it, accept, reject, modify. Let's have some, brainstorming around where we go in that situation where what I could call the Haitian civilization, some would say this is not a civilization, but I'm saying the Haitian civilization is at the crossroad where it looks like it might maybe disappear, right? Because l'ossature d'une civilisation, l'ossature d'une communauté with a culture, with mores, with habits, it's going away. Now I'm seeing a completely different country. This is not the country I was born in. And we've been in that deep crisis since the early 1980s. You see, there is a habit in Haiti, particularly among the youth, to believe that everything started after 1986. As if before 1986, everything was good. And I tell them, And when they started saying that, I'm saying bad things about before 1986 because I didn't like Duvalier. I said, well, I worked with Jean-Claude Duvalier. I was the English and Spanish interpreter of Jean-Claude Duvalier for 6 years. I like Jean-Claude Duvalier. He came back to the country in 2011. I went to see him, and we were happy to see each other. I don't hate Duvalier, but as a scientific mind, I have a moral responsibility to see things the way I see them. I don't say it's the truth, but it's the way I see them. The crisis we are in started since early 1980s. The country started going down since the middle of the first half of the 1980s, 1982, 1983. And there are specific events that caused it. The big shock that the economy took was after the second oil shock of 1979, 1980, where the price of oil on international markets went way up and a massive recession hit the world economy, particularly the United States. Jimmy Carter didn't earn a second term in 1980 because of that major recession that hit the United States. And since now at the time, more than 80% of external trade of Haiti was with the United States, so we got massively hit because a bunch of jobs in the assembly sector, that was the main job provider at the time. A bunch of jobs got lost and the economy started going down. And the very government that had brought some degree of economic activity during the 1970s, because the 1970s was a good period for the Haitian economy. My parents had a tea boutique, a barbecues where I lived. It became a gros mess because there was activity. But because of mismanagement by that government, we lost everything since the beginning of the 1980s, and it continued in 84, 85, and because of problems that suddenly came, there was pressure politically, and then the government had to go. So we're talking 40 years and some of economic crisis that reverberated on a social, political crisis. The GDP, the gross domestic product, which is a measure of economic activity in a country, the GDP of 1981 is still the highest we've never reached. We've never had a bigger GDP than the one of 1981. And at the time, the country had 5 million people. Now we are about 12 million people. The resources are shrinking and the population is expanding. This is recipe for misery for a country. So now, what is the source of all this? Because that Haiti that we have used to be the pearl of the Antilles. You see what I'm going with this? Huh? Well, but it was that. It was the most, it was the most prosperous of all the colonies. And this is why there was constantly fight between Spain, France, and England for that colony. And that allowed Toussaint Louverture to do, remember in school, the revirement de Toussaint Louverture? I don't know how to say revirement in English. You see, Toussaint, expressing his extraordinary political genius, right? He would go he was first with the English, I think, then he went to the Spanish, and then he went to the French. He was maneuvering in order to do what he wanted to do, the emancipation of his people, not independence. Toussaint never talked about independence, the emancipation of his people. So that beautiful land, that prosperous land, what happened to it? Of course, the Revolutionary War brought destruction, so this is destruction, etc. But For me, what happened particularly is that France never forgot that prosperous colony. During the time, of the Revolutionary War, since a couple of weeks after la cérémonie du bois caïman in mid-August 1791, and until the victory of Vertières, 18 November 1803, 12 years of Revolutionary War, the economy was still working on the colony. And Saint-Domingue by itself received 46% of all French exports at the time. 46% of all exports of France went to Saint-Domingue, which was huge. And that was a colony that was necessary for France, particularly France was in a revolutionary period that had hit its own economy. So Saint-Domingue was really necessary. So when we declared independence, on the first day of the first week of the first month of a new year, dimanche 1er janvier 1804, that was the symbolism. They could have declared independence on November 19, 20. No, they waited. 1er janvier 1804. La Caillou a dit, bon, ça fait pareil, si le contraire est réglé. Donc, when we did that country, the potential was there. The potential was there despite the destructions that particularly occurred in the northern part. But France was still there. Since 1804, there were discussions in France to come back in Haiti because we cannot lose that. And then there is this pride, right? The pride of the French to see those bunch of black people who were not human beings beat la Grande Armée, the Grand Army of Napoleon, the biggest military force of the time. Même Napoleon was vexed when Toussaint Louverture dared write him le premier des Noirs au premier des Blancs. The hell is that, Tifrekan? So France had to come back by all means. And since now our ancestors, the héros de l'indépendance, moi je vais ici après les ça, les gens founding fathers. Bah on a nos founding fathers, c'est ici qu'il y a founding fathers. Là quand on a les héros de l'indépendance. They built forts all over the place in strategy, mountains with proper cannons to welcome France back if they had dared come back to try to take the colony. But finally, the problem that we had was that we were isolated. That was the first embargo. Because you see, Haiti has always been under some form of embargo. Because this business of 1804 is not forgivable. That was the first time in universal history of a decisive and uncontestable victory of a non-white army on a white army. And what non-white? Man de fouti n'extanti bouk. Gros orteil protégé jambe. Qui va moun, qui l'aide, qui ceci, qui cela. That was too much for the poor whites of France. And les autres, because France was doing the stuff to us, but all the superstructure, the white superstructure of that colonial system, they were there too. We were under systematic and universal embargo. So then when shall this, la première restauration, because there was a revolution and then the monarchy came back. That's the restoration. Sent, Baron de Marco in 1825 with 14 boats which had nearly 500 cannons on them, threatening to reduce us, into rubble if we don't accept a deal, because the former colonizers, they were lobbying. We can't lose all this stuff. So hence this business of the ransom. But you see, so then what happens is that there was 2 moments in the efforts, the formal efforts of France, right, to take Haiti for them, Saint-Domingue back. There was 1825, right, which is when now they declared that officially, you see, so we are willing to talk, but you have to compensate. Give some money. And when now that, the second moment in 1838, 13 years later, they sent Baron de Marco with his armada, you see. So Boyer decided that we would pay. And this is why the French talk about a debt. Since we agreed to pay, so you owe us. It's a debt. And since now in Haiti, toujours chargé bon dire français, passer français, de que tout parole la dette. So it took some time for us to realize that it was not a debt. We owed you nothing. Nothing. We beat you sur le champ de bataille. So then, now we're talking of the ransom of independence. But the idea of France coming back and imposing that thing is beyond getting some money. And this is where I say that I'd like to connect what I'm saying to what you're saying, my friend, what you were saying. You see, there was a need to get money back to compensate, right? But there was also the hatred. The Banmunzayo. The first time the non-white army beat the white army. And what white army? The biggest one of the time, la Grande Armée de Napoléon. What non-white? I said that already, not everything, when the head goes out there, etc. So it was extreme. So the goal was to set what I call in French un mécanisme économique abusif pour détruire Haïti. Un mécanisme économique abusif, c'est pas seulement un petit comme on fait avant. No, because you see, we had to pay, in the agreement, we have to pay the first installment of 30 million francs. And you see, the idea of 150 million francs, see, 150 million de francs or. The or is very important. That means the value of this thing was tied to gold. So if now, in terms of monetary value, because money in itself, a $100 bill is worth nothing intrinsically per se. There is a value in the $100 bill because there is an authority, a credible authority called a government, and within the government, a central bank that guarantees that, I'm backing up the value of that little piece of paper that you have in your hands and that I wrote on it, it's worth $100. And once now you have a government that discredited, that cannot uphold credibility, then your paper money becomes, we have a term. Okay, we got the 2 languages. See, toilet paper. The American is always more pointed and describe it.
They always go to that.
Thank God we do too, right? All of us. So then it was a ploy to make sure that Haiti never succeed, never was able to sustain economic prosperity. Because there have been periods of... Tu me donnes encore 10 minutes?
Non,
C'est ça, ben, ma voilà, ou pas impressionnable. Il y a un qui a dit, moi, ou pas bon encore. Mais pas moi, c'est ma fausse.
ok.
Merci, merci. There have been periods of economic prosperity in Haiti. The first period of economic prosperity was the kingdom of King Christophe in the north. Quand il était économique, il a marché, il était au niveau de vie pour mon bio. It was a good period. The second period that we had was now by the end of the 19th century, the 1980s decade. Désirus féliciter Salomon Jeune. Paquet de progrès fait dans le pays. Haïti introduit un paquet de bagailles dans les Caraïbes là. Le télégraphe, le premier train, cela. C'est en état une terre de prospérité. Mais cependant, vous voyez, le problème qu'on avait, c'était la dette. Parce que, with these people, if you owe, you have to pay, unless they agree to forgive a debt for you. You bet they were not going to forgive no debt for us. So every time there is a period of prosperity, except for Christophe, il y a nothing de ça. En fait, pas de problème dette là, avec Christophe. Christophe mourit en 1820. La dette, c'est 1825. But every time there is some money that would come in the treasury, you had to go to send money to friends and pay. This is why I'm talking of a mécanisme économique abusif pour empêcher Haïti de progresser. L'Isis félicité Salomon Jeune, prospérité, etc., comme à entrer, mais l'Isis était un grand francophile. C'était le monde de la France, il marié à la française, etc. Donc, il n'y a pas de carton pour le voir comme l'arrive à la France. Et la troisième période, c'est la période estimée Magloire. Ça veut dire l'âge d'or, 1946-1956. Côté maintenant, Haïti donnait le ton, entièrement la Caraïbe. Saint-Domingue, tu as suivi ça l'a fait. Nous avons fait le bicentenaire, bel boulevard du bicentenaire, l'exposition du bicentenaire en 1948. Tout est au où il fait Malécom en 1956, 8 ans plus tard. Et la quatrième et dernière période, c'est les années 1970, où l'économie haïtienne faisait de grandes avancées. Taux de croissance de 6% en 1976, de 8% en 1976. Alors, taux de croissance de l'économie, pas vrai, du PIB, je parle de GDP, le produit intérieur brut. 8% de croissance en 1978. Les exportations haïtiennes croissaient en moyenne de 16% par an pendant toute la décennie 1970. Et puis, le travail est créé. C'est ainsi que petit boutique, par exemple, nous recommencent. Parce qu'on était au pas peu de choses, on a sorti tout cafou, feuilles, etc., sous dalle, poil, camionnette, sous portail organe, c'est devant la carrière passée. Alors, moi, ma papa me disait, couper tout. Maman m'ouvrait depuis 4h30, 5h, parce que bien pour ne acheter pain, etc. Pour mon qui va dans le travail, il n'a pas acheté pain pour y aller. Il y avait du travail, il y avait du travail, etc. Il y avait une période de prospérité économique. Un paquet de bagages. Ok. Moi, 2 minutes. Comme pour les questions qui parlaient là hier, la question de la crédibilité des responsables de l'État haïtien par rapport, pas vous critiquer, non, par rapport à cette affaire de restitution, de remboursement de la dette, de la rançon. Et que l'on dit, bon, l'État haïtien pratiquement effondré, c'est ça qu'on a dit, et que peut-être qu'on a dit, bon, que nous ne voulons pas, qui nous va faire. Ce serait un argument, on a dit, bon, qui valide, quoi, pour ta dit, ça va gagner, ah ouais, et.
Pas l'anglais.
It took you time to say that.
I thought that made me feel more comfortable, and it's more from the heart when you speak Creole, so I
Yep.
wanted to.
You should. Yep. You should.
But you know what I'm saying. Don't be that kind. So I'll take another minute to
I'm not the only one, there's another person who doesn't, there are a few others.
help me out. I'm using you to, I'm using you to get some minutes. Yeah. No. What I said, right? What I said is that that debt that friends have toward us has to be reimbursed. But then because the situation of the Haitian state, right? The Haitian state is in limbo, one could say there is no credible, government to receive that. So then we cannot give it, because you know that business of Petro-Caribbean, I don't want to go there, that money that disappeared, right? But what I want to finish by suggesting, just food for thought. You see, when someone owes you money, the fact that there is problem in your household shouldn't be a reason not to give you your money back. So I regard you. This is none of your business. That's what I just said. Right? But we Haitians, we have to have a concern also that, okay, that's right, okay, that's our money, give us our money. But we have to be worried about what's going to happen to that money too. So what I'm truly ending, by suggesting, see, there is such thing, and maybe my friend Savary, my colleague economist, you can say a word about that in the debate. There is such thing called a sovereign wealth fund, un fonds souverain, which is a special account that some countries have when they have revenue coming from some source, right? Let's assume that you discover oil in Haiti. There's all type of stuff that is being said in Haiti about we have oil. We have so much oil that compared to the oil Haiti has, our oil would be a pool of oil, and Venezuela's oil would be a glass of oil. We have imagination, right? Right? But the sovereign fund, for example, countries like Dubai, the Saudi Arabia, countries having tens of billions of dollars from oil, right? So I would suggest that is there a way for us to have some organization finally where Haitians can get along with Haitians in Haiti, good Haitians in Haiti, and I can promise you they are. You don't hear about them parce que pas kidnappé. You va mettre du feu, you va voler, you va faire des autres. But they're there. This is why I'm still in Haiti, right? That's because I have people that I can safely, interact and engage. Thank you. Engage, right? And then in the diaspora too. Because you see, they said that the diaspora is the reserve of Haiti. Yeah, that's true. Because for years now, the remittances, transfer d'argent, right, of the diaspora to Haiti is the main source of foreign reserve, of dollars of Haiti. But in terms of organizing itself, I've been in everything in the diaspora. I participated in a bunch of stuff, including in the launch of the Haitian Diaspora Federation in the OAS at the end of March, February 2010, a couple of weeks after the earthquake. But after the first term of Diaspora Federation, Bataille était Diaspora Federation Brazil. This business of bataille, of pas 40 ans, nous qu'un Haïtien, un voyageur. And jusqu'à présent, pas qu'à gagner une organisation qui représente la diaspora. So can we have an organization such organization in the diaspora, and then work with Haitian, good Haitians in Haiti. They are known, they can be identified safely, and then put together a sovereign fund and say that here is this fund that's guaranteed. Here are the guarantees. We want to put it there, because that's a sovereign fund, like for the retreat, etc. Give us our money back, not make the sovereign fund. Mon paquet de mécanismes compliqués pour retirer la donne pour ne pas voler, mais pas encore nous back. Merci.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, this is, we have, I wanted to make sure that the speakers conclude, because we wanted to reserve some time for questions. So I'll start, you can ask questions to both speakers. Just raise your hand and tell us who you are. And good, yes, good.
Yes.
And, yeah.
And you want me to speak in Creole or English?
Any language.
This is my language.
And just tell us who you are.
Okay, this is from the Topomo.
Go to the mic, please.
And your name?
Can we have them go to the mic because it's being streamed otherwise?
You want me to look big? I'm not that big.
Good morning, everybody. I'm very small. I'm not big. To talk about that for you. I know what you just said about that organization, but there is a question. How are you going to do that? Because si m'a déchiré, on m'a pas créole.
Okay.
Si m'a déchiré, docteur Koumo, parce que je suis une café tête. Qui je docteur Koumo, quand il y a toute énergie, ça reste pour lui, pour mettre groupe ça à camper. Toujours dit ça. L'autre jour, je fais un gros bagage dans un noyau, moi, je dis ça. Moi, je dis que nous pas qu'à entendre nous, c'est un crime, nous avons déchiré l'autre, pas vrai, qui gens n'a mis tête consciente parce que nous pas qu'à quitter Haïti mourir dans main nous. Haïti bon toute bagaille, Haïti c'est plus grand mais nous si nous toutes là c'est grâce à Haïti. Regardez mon après Haïti là, regardez docteur Savary, regardez Lily, regardez Jocelyne, ça côté l'autre monde qui parle là, pas vrai? Regardez tout pour nous, nous pas besoin monde venir dire nous ça pour faire.
Thank you. No, not yet. Go ahead. I'll take 2 questions at a time. Yeah? Go ahead. Yes.
I guess I'll speak English for the benefit of those that do not speak English.
Yes.
But first, I want to thank you for Mr. Ngumo. Chapo. There are two things that I want to say. The first one is I thank you very much for bringing up the issue of gold. Yesterday I brought the issue of gold and I told the people the issue is to keep in mind is that at the time of the money was paid, we were under the mercantilist system. Wealth of a nation was measured by how much gold they had in it. Therefore, by really withdrawing gold from Haiti through the ransom, they impoverished Haiti, but they also enriched themselves. So, because you remember, when you take from one side and give to another, you impoverish one side and you enrich the other. There is a it's a zero-sum game. Your loss is my gain. The second point I want to mention, the idea of the sovereign wealth fund. In fact, there are plenty of sovereign wealth funds established throughout the world. And generally, it is done as companies receive or sell their natural resources, use a portion of the proceeds after costs, if you want, from the net, and accumulate that. And the interest or the dividend accumulated from the wealth fund is now brought back into the economy, either through distributing the welfare mechanism or through financing of programs. But the bulk of the fund itself is not touched, because that's the fund that's the assets that generates the interest rate, that is the dividend, the income, if you want, that is used to plow back into the economy. And it's a mechanism that's extremely simple. I just set one up in Ghana about 6 months ago. Graham could take that initiative.
Yes.
And I could help you with it.
Yeah, that's what it is.
I know how it's done. I know how to set it up. I know how to register with all the regulatory authorities, whether in the US or anywhere else in the world. I can help you.
Thank you. Well, I'll take one more question before we go to the first. Yes. Okay, next.
Good morning, everyone.
Can you identify who you are? As people.
My name is Patrick Ocho. I think very often when we face the toughest problem in the world, we throw up our hand and say, love is the answer. I want to believe that we are in this familiar situation today where, frankly, love is the answer. And you know how to spell love? It's spelled life of versatile education. Now, we all know more or less what love is. But this love I'm talking about is one where we can truly put ourselves in the foot of who we called the enemy. We all have to come to agree that what Haiti did is something of monumental effect. We changed the course of history.
Excuse me, I like what you're saying, but can you ask the question so we can move on?
Good question.
Or if you don't have a question, it's okay.
No, I'll come up with a question. What? So, in line of what I was just talking about, what we did created a fear. A fear. And if we want to be honest with ourselves, what are we doing about that fear? And I'm gonna let me hint you to the answer.
No.
The answer I want to have to leave you thinking about is one that compassion has to be part of the answer.
Thank you.
Thinking that we must find a way to address the fear so as what we call the enemy can at least move towards some kind of solution. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So the panelists will answer 3 questions or comments, and then we'll come back to you again for more questions. Go ahead. Yeah.
Premier monde nan, qui te parlé, il y a un mot clé que tu cité, c'est qui mot ça? Va songer. Premier interprétation
de division.
Il y a dans son division, mais ça. Ouais, question de division ça, et puis peut-être monsieur a parlé de l'autre tout. Moi, dis-nous que moi vive la création the Haitian Diaspora Foundation. Un bureau OEA, c'est la grande réunion de la diaspora que OEA a invité notre tremblement de terre du 21 au 23 mars 2010. Donc, la dernière soirée, c'est le SAF et la Fondation qui ont lorsque après 3 ans, premier mandat, après premier conseil, là, fini, il y a 2 monsieur qui étaient là pour faire président. Et là maintenant, moi, je vis parce que tous les amis, moi, ils sont très proches. Ah ouais. Alors, je vais essayer de rappeler ça, mais si je comprends ça, nous avons une capacité dans le tempérament haïtien fondamental, nous mettons gros émotions dans toute la guerre. Et des fois, des émotions exacerbées qui, si nous prenons le temps dans une fontie respiration, pas vrai, nous voyons que bon, vraiment pas de cas pour tout ça. Pas vrai. Je m'assiste au jour, monsieur le fait, je me regarder la vie comme maman. Tu tout ça. Et pour qui ça, tu tout ça? Simplement pour les honneurs et pour vous laisser aussi bon grain de bagaille chaque nous va nous 2, nous 3, nous 4, nous laisser nous craser. Peut-être notre bon messie sont faits, c'est un bail délicat de craser, même je fais craser, c'est un bon de craser. Et comme on dit, haïtien, les partis, the Haitian, see, she's sleeping because I'm not speaking English. The Haitians, carry that emotion, that hot temper with them when they travel, when they go to the diaspora. So I don't know by what mechanism we could have some, voice of authority or voices of authority within the Haitian polity. That means people in public life, civil society, both in Haiti and abroad, that could maybe convince that, people out there in the diaspora in Haiti, that when we are fighting, we are destroying the country.
We just need a panel. We need like a strong leader. Just to take initiative and everything.
Thank you for that. But can I? Okay, merci. Non, mais quickly. We have a strong leader. D'accord, a dictator. Très bien. But it depends what type of dictator. We have François Duvalier. François Duvalier knew Haitians very well. Very, very well. But François Duvalier, at his time, conceived that for him to do something durable for the country, he had to terrorize Haitians.
We need a constructive.
Do you want that? Terror does not change a human being.
Right.
You scare a human being with terror. And so long as that human being is afraid of you, he or she will do what you want him to do. But the moment he's no longer afraid of you, he put the joke. Oui, c'est ça. Or that means you have changed nothing. Or me, qui fait étude 2, qui a fait développement économique, qui marche, qui pas marché, right? Countries who, during the time of esteem, were poorer than us, Taiwan, Corée du Sud, they were poorer than Haiti, right? But when now they find that strong men, but enlightened strong men. But you see, the problem with the dictator is that, you see, I'm going to have to take your name. She said strong woman. But here I am, father of 5 girls with no boys. I'm not talking about women. What shame is that?
Especially beside every strong man, there's a strong woman.
So that's fine. So then, what they do, and I conclude with that, what they do is changer l'être humain, changer l'homme et la femme.
Yes.
On vient avec du Valier. He had interviews where he talked about the mentality, but he did nothing to change. He just theorized this. And now we have the proof. Maybe he didn't know that at the time, but now we have the proof. Theorizing people do not change people.
Okay, we have more questions. Your hand raised, and go ahead.
Step up to the podium, please.
Microphone, can you come over? And they can see you. Yes. And give us your name, please.
My name is Bonel Jordani Alfred. I wanted to thank you, for having this conference for the community. You bring us together, and also you make us aware of what's going on in Haiti. I wanted to ask the lady, Dr.
Alexander.
In Cuba, in China, as far as the healthcare was initiated, they had what they call the democratization of healthcare, meaning they had everybody, even people in the primary school or secondary school participate in the popularization of healthcare. Right? So when Dr. Paul Farmer first came to Haiti, his first impression was to decentralize, healthcare, meaning that everything was in Port-au-Prince. There was nothing, as you say, in the rural community. As you said, they have, one doctor per 100,000. So along that line, how could we improve on that? And also my second question, I want to open a caveat as far as the restitution is concerned. The restitution was first brought up. It's not that I'm a fan of President Aristide, right? But it was first brought up by him, in 2003, right? And in 2004, there was a coup initiated by the ambassador, the French ambassador. I believe his name was Yves something. But what was important, and I want to ask you that question, but I don't want to do a lecture, is why they had 130 intellectuals that signed a letter saying that they were against the restitution.
So, thank you.
Among them, Jean-Dominique and Souka and a bunch of them that used, I guess, to go break tea at the French embassy.
Thank you. Yes. No, yeah, okay. Yeah, you can go. He will answer. Yes.
I just have one little comment and a couple quick questions. I don't know enough to be able to give a lecture. The comment was about the Constitution, and I think countries like Namibia.
You can let the microphone.
Oh, sorry. I think a country like Namibia rewrote its constitution when it became independent, which wrote that the political representation should be about 50% women. And as we see, women's representation in the political process in Haiti is extremely minimal. So maybe you could respond to that. And then the other things I wanted to ask was about the Cuban doctors and the impact of the Cuban doctors in the healthcare system. And also in terms of money circulating, the impact of microcredit among women, for example, Foncose, if you could address that. Thank you.
Thank you. One more, if there is none. Go ahead.
My name is Fritz Philogene II. I'm a student here at Brooklyn College, and I just wanted to make an additional comment to what this gentleman had said earlier about Haiti needing a leader. I think, above all else, Haiti will need a very powerful leader, not just in mind, body, but in spirit. And I believe that what's more important than a leader is the men that he commands, the men and women he commands. And I believe that above all else, a powerful leader needs a powerful force behind him. Warriors that will stand by him when he's just and turn against him when he's cruel, to make way for a new leader that will make up for his mistakes or her mistakes and unify the country as needed, as necessary. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Allison.
Okay. To really answer to the question that you posed regarding using Taiwan and Cuba as examples regarding healthcare provision. I'm coming to you, Zakia. But in terms of using them as an example, it's very difficult for Haiti, where there's more structure in Taiwan and Cuba, that you really can't compare Haiti to the same. There has been, however, multiple organizations that has helped Haiti to kind of structure the needed healthcare provision. One in particular, Zami La Santé, is huge throughout the different regions of Haiti to provide care. And I'm sure if it wasn't for them, many more people would have died from illnesses, from accidents, and so forth. So that's what I can say for that. And Tequila, as far as the Cuban doctors came in, from what I recall, as to fill the need. To fill the need, they have stayed for a long time because they're getting money that they were not used to getting in their own country. They definitely knew how to provide the care with minimal supplies, but better so in Haiti than they were finding in Cuba. However, the contact that I've had with them, I find that the treatment, in terms of the respectful treatment of the Haitian population, I did not find that they provided the same. Thank you.
So if I may quickly, so are you saying that the Cuban doctors there would be a lack of respect on their part for the Haitian?
There were, there was a couple of clinics that I visited.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes when I go and visit, I don't know if some of you are aware of mystery shoppers, that I dress just like one of the common, with jeans and a t-shirt, and I go and I just sit. I sit and watch, okay? I had a group of students who had to go to this tuberculosis clinic. And one was a TB clinic, one was an HIV clinic. Well, they saved their gloves for the personnel. They did not provide the gloves for the students. They did not provide the mask for the students, which I thought was unfair. And when they finally knew who I was, the conversation changed. So.
Could you think perhaps that maybe they did not have supply?
They have adequate supplies for their staff. All right? Their thinking was the students should have brought their own. However, if you want to really decrease the spread of infection, you're not so much concerned with whether I brought my own and this is yours. You're concerned with the health of the community that you're serving. So whatever you had to share, or say we cannot provide as much, care today using those students.
I know Professor Alexander is a stickler for certain principles which I totally agree with her. But I think usually when we have to look at the contribution of the Cubans in Haiti, that the overall, some of the differences they've made.
Yes.
For example, a lot of places, the doctors don't want to go.
Yes.
That's where they are. We have examples where the Cuban doctors would start the day cleaning their own, sweeping their own office, where Haitian doctors will never do that for you. In the afternoon, when the Cuban doctors are meeting just to assess the cases that they're, dealt with, the Haitian doctors will be on the beach taking their swim, and they have to go get them to come to meetings. So I think Dr. Como mentioned the question of mentality. I think one of the difficulties we have in Haiti is that doctor upabali, you always have someone beneath you to do something that is for you. And the same way, if you had come in, the way you usually come in, with pearls and high heels, and like you are today now, they probably would look at you and say, "Oh, I have to treat you differently than somebody else." But I think the doctors and the Cuban doctors don't have that kind of mentality. They will probably do the same thing because of the discipline and all that. Now that the Cuban doctors have left Haiti, a lot of the communities are suffering because of their absence. And obviously, many of them have adopted Haiti as their second home. They really love Haiti for many reasons because of the abundance of some things they don't get in Cuba. But we have had a real major loss in Haiti right now because of the crisis and the doctors that are no longer there. But I think overall they did contribute to improving healthcare in Haiti. A lot of the statistics would have been worse if they weren't there.
Oh, I absolutely agree. I absolutely agree.
Get to share. Okay, go ahead. But it won't be long, right?
Some of you may know what I mean. Some of you may not know this, but I have been doing research on Haitian voodoo for the last 40 years. And one of the things that I'm really interested in is looking at voodoo as a system and whether or not there are economic benefits with the way that can be exploited or extracted from the practices of voodoo and applied to one economic system or to an economic model. As part of that work, I have had to do my research, establish clinics throughout the voodoo communities in Haiti, throughout Haiti. And we had about 10 clinics in different regions of the country. And the Cuban doctors were the people that actually came. They were barefoot doctors. And we would have a combination of Cuban doctors and medical students in their last year of training. So that's how our staff was constituted. And without the barefoot doctors, they not only practiced, but they also taught, right? And they trained and did everything that you would find in a training program that in a university. Now, these were clinics that we did out of our own resources. We were spread throughout the country, and everywhere. If we call them on Thursday, tell them on Friday, we take me up. We're going to Fonati Bonit, they were there. We're going to Okai Dufon, they were there. So it's just share that. It's really.
So now you are going to have the final word. Answer the question.
I could quickly say that the Cuban doctors are really, the Cubans in general are really, I can say love. They are really lovely. There was even a Cuban community doing trade. I go at the airport, there is a bunch of Cubans with no, let me, for the final word, propose that
There are some questions I don't know. Regarding the intellectuals who signed against the debt.
oh, that's true. That's true. Thank you so much. Well, t'as pas le passé comme intellectuel, m'courir. Grâce à.
And the woman in Haiti also. The microcredit. Yeah. Microcredit.
The woman in it. Yes. I didn't know that, seriously, about the intellectuals. And you said John Dominique, you said
Yeah, this is only 30 of them, according to the New York Times. They have the published on the name of Sopa, Dominique, Bayer, who are the bunch of them. I guess they used to go see the French embassy.
bon, so
But at the
let's.
same time, like it's happening now, they also say that, Aristide, I'm not for Aristide, I would use, but he was using the restitution subject as a way, as a diversion, you know, as the last government.
Yeah, yeah, okay, thank you. Par formation, right, as a scholar, I'd like to see the evidence and put all the pieces together, you know, and make an assessment, right? Because some of the names you've said, you see, no, let me finish. Some of the names that you've said, I know, you see, and I'm shocked to hear that Michel Soukar, for example, would be against restitution. But that's an opinion. So, but let's see, let me conclude as my colleague asked, and he did a great job, very professionally. It's clearly not the first time he's doing that. J'aime bloquer, c'est pas facile. C'est bon. Et souvent, often, people are advising that we go around the Haitian state, the government, right? That is so corrupted, etc., and do stuff. I can tell you that advice have been given and followed for a good 40 years now, since the country started being in disarray, right, after the fall of the Duvalier dictatorship. And this is why at a certain moment it was said that Haiti is the Republic of NGOs. They said at a certain point more than 10,000. I don't know if it was true, but extraordinary, right? Look where we are now. And then I remember when we founded GRAN, 1 week after the earthquake, we were invited to go to Haiti, to FORENA, the Forum sur la Reconstruction Nationale, that the State University of Haiti was organizing in the first week of June of 2010. So a delegation of us, 5 of us, we went, and President Preval asked to see us. So from Monday to Friday, we met a bunch of people, and on Tuesday, we met President Preval. He had us come back on Friday. All this is to say that we met with Edmond Mulet. Remember, Edmond Mulet was the chief of the United Nations. Yes. Now, we spent a good time talking with him, and then it was lunchtime, and they took us to the cafeteria of the UN staff, the big UN staff, to have lunch. And I was looking, hamburger $7, Coca-Cola $4. Là, on a appris, bâtir les conclusions, on peut me dire ça, ouais, right? What I'm saying is that there is no substitute for a government. You see, when you study in economic development, after all the theoretical things, all the math that they do, have you doing microeconomics, macroeconometrics, etc., you do case studies. That's you study cases of countries, what works and what doesn't work. There is no case, zero. And there is a long record of economic development now, because it started after Second World War, right? So we're talking from the late 1940s to now. It's kind of 80 years. There is no case of economic development that succeeded. That means it started and remained sustained without a serious government at the helm. The government cannot replace private initiative. Then the government is to accompany the process of economic development. Make sure that the institutional and physical infrastructures that are necessary for the country to develop are in place. So when we're talking physical, the roads, the bridges, ports, airports, etc., institutional infrastructures, the institutions that you let investors know that if they come and there is some, problem, you go to the court, you'll find justice, even if you are against the cousin of the judge. So we need a strong leader, of course. That means one that is not going to be swayed into getting into corruption, one that would wish that one cousin of his or hers does something bad, poudra son exemple avec. Oh, même frère cousin. So then we need this type of stuff. We need a good government, progressive, competent, and with compassion to express a love for the people. Because it seems to me many times we have people in power, they don't really love the people.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
Thank you. I mean, we're going to eat now. We can always continue the conversation. Yes. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. And thank you, panelists. Thank you.
Hold on, one more minute.
Once more, please, help us thank our gracious guest speakers, Dr. Margaret Alexson, who also is one of the member of the executive committee of the Haitian Studies Institute. The person who, only the person who hired me and can fire me. and of course, Dr. Ludovic Como, who traveled far. The moment I called and said that was the subject that we wanted to address, he said, I'll be in New York. I love New York. And he's here, and it's this phenomenal conversation that went well, very well with Dr. Alexson, because you need help, you need those infrastructures in order to move forward. And the money recuperated, restituted to Haiti, and that we will place in that sovereign fund. Thank you so much for that new term. I never knew that private citizens could organize themselves to create this kind of funds through organizational structures to put money into help their countries develop. So, tout le monde entendait, nous avons mis tête nous ensemble pour créer un fonds souverain, côté restitution l'argent que vous allez remettre nous, on a mis là-dedans, qui permettre nous de construire le pays. Malgré que nous tous là, et donc, let me say thank you to Dr. François Pierre, also political scientist, being community organizer for many years with the community. All three of you were phenomenal, and you were such a great moderator. You kept people on time. We want to work with you all the time. And those three people, I must also say that when I need advice, their phone is on speed dial. I can call them. They always answer. So thank you for your belief in community and the work that we are doing to build a community here, which eventually will accompany Haiti to spend that fund so that we can move those people from this state of infra-humanity, infra-human situation, conditions, to a life of dignity. And before we go,
I told you yesterday, we have 2 Creole courses at Brooklyn College, and we're preparing to open a Haitian Studies minor. So I'm excited about that. So one of the professors who teach Creole 1038, the first level, and one of the students have a little something for us, and here they are.
Bonsoir tout le monde. Moi, c'est Paula Zabo, moi, je suis coordinatrice dans Haitian Studies et aussi moi, enseigne classe de distance directrice dans ce là dans le collège avec les Evers. Et je dis à moi, j'ai plaisir pour me présenter nous, Philogène Fritz, qui est un étudiant dans Brooklyn College, qui apprend classe créole distance qui va parler nous, qui va parler nous, qui pense ça, c'est dans l'idée pour la remettre nos problèmes. Que nous avons fait, nous avons gagné l'indépendance. Ok, merci. Je ne parle pas l'anglais, je ne parle pas le créole. Donc, je souhaite nous parler une petite attention. Merci.
Hello, everyone. As my professor has said, my name is Fritz Philogene II. And in spite of what my professor said, I will try to perform this in Creole. My father helped me write this, so you'll have to excuse me as my Creole is rusty. Dans jeunesse moi pas jamais réfléchi en pile ce que coulier pour moi. Plus ce caractère, moi ak moun qui bo côté yo. Mais padam m'tap vin pi grand, malheureusement moi t'ai commencé avec le monde là. Parfois, non, même ideal salvem. Moun sayo ta pito jige pusam ye relem yon échec yon neg oswe même salte noir parce que moi juste existé. Et puis pendant ma vin pigon moun sayo salo sayo ap vin pi please. Moi j'ai yo pathétique. Ça yo c'est mon sot qui colle non ancien habitude yo. Colle non mentalité que moi même avec l'autre mon qui semblait avec ta doit toujours à travail pour yo. Yo kate nene ancêtres moi yo ici la 400 on est de ça mais nous tout women ak yo ak dans ak zone nous te gomen pour yo ak dans ak zone pour nous ta gagner liberté nous gain sans guerrier cap couler dans vers nous plaisir santé en est à fait moi quoi l'île pour nous rappeler nous sort parle ça yo moun parle ma côté yo ça privé les yon guerrier si bien incite les yon fait sentir inférieur pour cette existence nous pas doit si côté mécontentement. I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your weekend.
Yeah, no, okay, I was thinking, yeah, so, okay, cool, so I can do you're already here? Okay, amazing, great. So, you can work on it and then maybe do something at that time. A little bit.
We are inviting you to go into the same space we were earlier for breakfast, to enjoy some good lunch, and then we will reconvene again to hear Dr. Kari. You would cover you. That's the whole idea. Yes.
They're like a frame.
Mine is,
Okay. Are you time today? Okay. Okay, cool. Yeah, I love it that you do this. I love Even in the TV shows, she said that 18 months.
Oh, yeah.
Looking at the really good So, the goal is to like actually the system of the world. Thinking about yeah. So hi, my name is Oja Munazir, and I am the archivist at the Haitian Studies Institute. And I'll be talking about the archival display of selected documents from the 1825 indemnity. First, I'll start with the why we decided to do this. We thought it would be great to make a small exhibition of the archival documents related to the indemnity so that people can understand the primary sources that relate to the indemnity and basically the evidence and the proof of what's happened since 1825 and the stories that they tell by themselves. The other thing that we thought that was really important, and the we being myself, Sabine Cado, Ariel Waith, and Jair Placide, was we wanted people to begin thinking about the archive and its power in telling stories, and also, again, providing evidence for cases made for reparations. So, in the 3 panels that we provide, we first talk about what is an archive. And the second thing we talk about are the documents related to the indemnity. And then the third thing we also talk about are the examples of reparations or cases for reparations made in the 20th century using the archives, but not only the archives, the social actors that were affected by whatever harm that was caused by governments or institutions, the archivists that helped dig up the evidence, and then also the pressure that was put on the governments that caused these harms. And from there, what we really want people to do is we want to remove like the seamless practice of telling stories and history. So we know the indemnity, we know the history of the revolution and things like that. But with these documents, it let us understand like the process of telling these stories and why some stories are told more than others, especially when we're thinking about power dynamics. So one of the things that we really want to do with this is not only talk about reparations, the use of the archives in making demands for reparations, but we also want to include a demand for access to the archives while making a case for reparations, because that's really important. Like that is where the evidence is. And one of the issues when we were talking to Ariel and Sabine about this is like accessing these collections is really difficult. And that is going to be part of the process in whatever case that we're making, and it's going to be really important for all of us to think about in doing this work. And that's a lot of what I have to say. I'm hoping that during this conference, people had time to look at the panels that we made and see and look through them. Like, there's really cool documentation, and like we really tried our best to tell a strong narrative, but let people think about these materials themselves, and also just be inspired by the examples of other cases made by other groups. So there are the Japanese during World War II who were interned. There was the Bracero movement, which were Mexicans who came to the United States during World War II and worked but didn't receive recompense for the time that they were there. And then there were the Norwegian war children. So these were children of Norwegian women and Nazi soldiers, and they were like affected by their status in the country, but and not given like the proper rights and resources because of like their parentage. But like all of these groups within the 20th century were able to receive reparations. We obviously have a case just as strong as anyone else, but like again, the importance is to use the archives and the materials within archives to make some of these cases. And again, part of our demand is to gain access to it, because some of the materials are in public or publicly accessible archives, but some of them are in private archives. And the private archives can decide whether you can access and use the material or not. So like, I think, you know, part of the work again is like making that demand to like access the materials. And yeah, I just love talking about archives and like making them accessible to people as an idea. And that's kind of it in regards to the presentation. If folks have any questions, I would love to field them, but like we have some time now if you want to come and look at them before the keynote, before it starts. Yeah.
Thank you for coming. Reparation, I don't want to dilute it because we have African American borders also asking, you know, for reparation because, you know, they stole the labor, you know, they build this country on the back, and so we owe them a lot of rights, that a lot of civil rights, and so that we are grateful. But the word reparation and restitution, there's some nuance between the two.
Mm-hmm.
Because restitution is money that that we gave under duress, right? And then not only that, they charge us 40% on top of the money that they took from us, right? So there's I know what's the meaning of it, but there's a difference.
Oh yeah, I definitely hear you in regards to the nuances between restitution and reparations. And I think the desire still comes from the same place of providing some form of healing by providing resources that were taken away initially. So a lot of what we're thinking about is like this restoration, right? Like restore us to the point of like what we could have been if you hadn't messed with us for so long, right? So I agree with you with the nuances. I think I'm sitting in the space of like the desire to for healing through a systematic approach.
But from a historical perspective, we would like to use the word restitution, not reparation.
Okay, so I mean, I think that is something I will take into consideration as I continue talking about that, and maybe use the word restitution instead of reparations.
You're very much true.
Thank you. Are there any other questions in regards to the display or the evidence or the archives?
Thank you so much. I'm really looking forward to looking at the display. I wondered if you could speak more to the kinds of materials that you were saying accessing would help with the demand. You know, like you're talking about the sort of demand for access, like the first demand.
Mm-hmm.
So but I was curious if you could just speak more to the range of materials that you're speaking about that could provide evidence.
Yeah, a lot of what we were thinking or looking at, so a lot of the materials we received were from Ariel, from the University of Penn, and a lot of it is like ledgers or just like financial documents that showed like who received money and like where it went. So you can literally like pinpoint the families that received recompense from the Haitian government. So like those are kind of the documents that we're looking at of like these are the people that owe us money and like how can we receive restitution from that. So we're thinking about things along those lines. There's like along those lines there's also signatures and materials of that nature. A lot of what we share are like within our presentation is like political cartoons, examples of money, example of the ordinances from France, from Haiti, and like rural codes. So again, I think some of the things we're thinking about is just like the historical paper trails of like who received what and when. Yeah.
There is available on Google a list of all the French families, all of them. Their name and their amount they receive. You can actually Google.
Yeah.
Now, I can contribute some documents to your. You can give me an address I can send you.
Okay, great.
Yeah. I can give you a copy of the bond that was issued. A copy of the bond that was issued.
Thank you. I'll definitely reach out to you after this.
Accessing the archives is very difficult to mention. Are documents like Brown University, are they public or private? And also in the public ones, which one have you found very helpful toward the institution?
So wait, could you ask that question about the public, about Brown University again?
Are they public or private?
I mean, if it's so the word accessible is an interesting word because you know, as someone who works in archive and makes it like accessible to people, we are available during the hours that everyone's at work. And like then there's also this idea of visiting the archive. A lot of people think that you have to be a researcher to come and look at the materials when that is not the case. If you are like curious and like just interested in history, you have the right to come into the archives. And one of the things about Brown University is like this is a publicly accessible space, but there's also like this natural intimidation that comes to visiting the archive where like they will literally treat you almost surveillance wise as a prisoner of like, why are you here? Why did you come here? Is there an institution that can vouch for you in your research? What is your research for? Where are you going to like present this? And some of these demands make sense, some of them don't, like in regards to like who is an institution that can vouch for you. So yes, Brown University is like an archive where it's publicly accessible, but the way that they engage with people, they make it very difficult to even consider doing it if you are a layman or someone who is interested in history. But like that is a place that's where the materials are accessible. What was the second question? Oh, I mean, so there's one section that shows like the signatures of the Frenchmen that like received the compensation. So we found that really helpful, and like we're able to talk to that with the scholars. So that's one document that's really interesting. There is like the French ordinance that you get to read in full, which is really helpful that we have up there. And then there is like also the rural code that Boya put out in regards to like, well, this is how we're going to like change ourselves economically so that we can recompensate like France. So those are some of the documents that we have on display that we think are really helpful in regards to understanding reparations. Well, I'm sorry, the indemnity. Yeah. Yes.
Given the fact that during US took control of Haiti's finances. And while US took control of Haiti's finances, it also took control of the debt. And the debt was paid to American investors. So how do we address the fact that we'll say France has to repay us, but in fact, part of the debt was paid to American, actually to Citibank, 1947. So this is what's gonna give us a big confusion, and that's why Macron and his group said we have to study the methods and ambitions on how to address. This is French. No, I know. Well, that's going around the circle. This is why he said we have to study the methods of how we're gonna address this, because when U.S. Invaded Haiti and occupied Haiti and took over customs and finances, they also took over the debt. They purchased the debt. They don't want to tell us that, but they purchased the debt. And now the debt had to be repaid, not to France directly, but to Americans. So how do we hold France accountable for the entire debt if we don't bring the American participation in the picture?
France got the money.
Yeah. No. The final payment was made in 1947 to Citibank, not to France, but that was still French that imposed the debt. Yes, I know, but if we didn't pay, they burned the money. That's not our business. They owe us. No. This is why they say methods. This is why they say methods. When Macron, I listened to the interview and I listened, I study foreign policy, so I understand policy. I don't go into nuances, I go right into the policy, how the policy is structured. When he said methods, it's almost he's saying, well, I don't have all the money. Because if the money, let's say, for example, if US purchased the debt, and the debt was 90 million francs, that was still owed. And now when US purchased the debt at 90 million, now Haiti is paying 90 million to the US, not to France. I understand all that. But if I lend you some money and you decided to have your cousin pay the rest of the money. No, what I'm saying is the debt was owed now to the US, no longer to France.
Yeah, I think it's fine to say that there are two people that owe restitution to the Haitian people, and using the argument, using the archives to show the documentation that proves that.
I think some clarification is the order is as follows. Because in investment banking, a debt is traded. When the American occupied Haiti converted the debt, the Haitians' debt towards France into a security that could be traded on the capital market. The citizen bought that debt at a discount. So therefore, the citizen now owned the debt for Haiti. When Haiti paid, when the United States took over our custom house, they also responsibility to amortize the debt they would pay citizens. If you look at the document of the occupation story, the occupation happened because Haiti intended, could have to prevent Haiti from relating on paying citizens. So the occupation happened to preserve citizens' right to collect the money. So by taking over the custom house, they guarantee that citizens will be paid. So that's really, the nuance is very important. And the commission that will be established to study the procedures of reimbursement or of reparation, of restitution, right? Okay, those nuances will be crucial in determining how much money we get back, because when the debt was bought by Citibank, it was discounted. And those nuances.
So we'll take one more question, especially in relation to the archives and the documentation that we provided, and then we'll go to the keynote.
Okay, Mr. Sharon, the question, is that the question? Okay. And I'm still continue to pay you back. Don't you owe me money also?
No, that's not the question.
What
The question is, after the United States took over our custom house, Haiti really negotiated for Citibank to own that debt before the arbitration. It happened because Citibank took 20% ownership of the Haitian central bank prior to the occupation. Between the commerce at the value, Citibank and the Franco German consortium in Haiti, they used to fund the Haitian government. And the way they funded the Haitian government is that they discounted the harvest for coffee. So coffee was a guarantee for all the Haitian treasury farmers. So through coffee, we sell the coffee, we get money and the discount, we pay the debt after the coffee is sold. So that's totally different.
So let's say friends make a profit on the debt that is sold to Citibank. Let's say, for example, friends.
Okay, so thank you for that comment. And we're going to get ready to begin the keynote portion of this event. So thank you again for your comments and insight in regards to the archival documentation we shared. I really enjoyed it and look forward to hearing Dr. Kado.
Can we take pictures of?
Oh yeah, please.
Why didn't see it? No, I just took the picture here, but since the keynote speaker is gonna speak, they can put it outside. Oh, it's gonna be outside? Yes.
It's going outside. While Upden is, and we're preparing for the keynote, I wanted to let the audience know also, if you have family heirlooms such as old passports from the 19th century, photographs of Haitian families arriving here in the maybe since what, 19th century, early 20th century, we would be interested in archiving this kind of materials, because what we're trying to do at the Institute, although he's got a protocol for receiving certain things, is really combating erasure, combating the disappearance of our stories, and making sure that reposoir, they are in a repository inside an academic space, in fact, a public academic space where they can be preserved for the progeny, for the kids who are to come after. So there's a place where we can go to relive or to go back on the roads of the people who brought us here, or who paved the way for us and built this community. Open call for good things. If you have like family pictures, old family pictures from Haiti, old passports, and if you're a member of your family. Well, if your family was a member of Haiti's governments from the Duvalier on, and they have records of that, they have papers related to that, we'll gladly accept them and kind of make them available for the larger community. So think about it. If there's an old mallet or malna in the attic, go through it and share with us those goodies so we can mallet. Ndeko mallet comme ça, oui. Yeah, so the mallet metal. Yeah. No, but seriously, collect things in the attic and then, be part of the preserving our Haitian experience. Thank you.
Honnête. Merci en pile pour présence nous. Opchita là ou bien opchita là? Opchita là, ou campé ou bien opchita? Ok, m'pa non, monsieur. Ok, ok. Ok. C'est pas premier. Allez. C'est pas premier slide. Ok. Bonsoir tout le monde et puis bonsoir mon k'ap gade nous en live stream yo. It is with great pleasure that I present to you Dr. Sabine Kado, who is our keynote speaker. I will ask for your attention, please, and I'm a classroom professor, so I will call on you and ask you to share what you're talking about, as I do in my classes. Dr. Sabine Kado is currently Associate Professor of Modern Latin America and Caribbean at McGill University in Canada. Prior to that, she was a lecturer of African Diaspora History at SOAS, University of London. Before that, she was a postdoc fellow at Rutgers, and before that at Yale University. She's the author of the book More Than a Massacre, Racial Violence and Citizenship in the Haitian Dominican Borderlands with Cambridge University Press. This book won the Latin American Studies Association Bryce Wood Book Award and also the Raphael Lemkin Book Award from the Institute for the Study of Genocide. Dr. Sabine Kado was the leading researcher in the University of Cambridge Legacies of Enslavement Inquiry, and in 2022, she co-authored a final report on the university's historic connections to the Atlantic slave trade. Dr. Kado organized the Slavery and the Afterlife seminar at the university around 2020. In September of 2022, she convened a large international conference in Cambridge that was entitled Envisioning Reparations, Historical and Comparative Approaches. She has also worked with the University of Cambridge Fitzwilliam Museum, and most recently, she contributed 2 articles to the university's historical connections with slavery and abolition for the exhibition volume titled Rise Up, Resistance, Revolution, and Abolition. She is currently working on a second book manuscript that is entitled Bonds and Bondage, Financial Capitalism, and the Legacies of Atlantic Slavery at the University of Cambridge. And that book is forthcoming with the Cambridge University Press. She has received a number of awards, and I won't name them all because I know you're eager to hear her. But her award include award from the Mellon Foundation, the Social Science Research Council, as well as the Woodrow Wilson Foundation. As you can see from the title, we end for a delightful conversation with Dr. Kado. What I will do is we will listen to Dr. Kado, and after that, I will just have few brief remarks. And like Dr. Pierre-Louis before me, we will try to focus the questions on what she has talked about. And we will also ask you to come up and ask your questions. And in the interest of time and fairness, we ask that you start out with one question, and then you can go back in line, just one question. Okay, please help me give a round of applause to Dr. Kado.
We make sure that your question starts with who, what, when, where, or why.
Oh.
If, or an actual question, not a dissertation, not a chance to educate.
Wow, okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Screen, follow directions.
Thank you. So you see the title here, but before I begin, I do want to say that, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, great. So the title, 2 Centuries of Sovereignty Denied, France's Haitian Indemnity in the Struggle for Restitution and Reparations. And in a way, there are 2 papers here, 2 separate keynotes. While I'm sovereignty, what I have done is talk more about, well, I've also tried to talk a lot about a movement, because I'm thinking more about how can we advance the cause, the cause for restitution and reparation. And it's clear to me that the arguments that I want to make about sovereignty, Haitian sovereignty, has been made before and was made yesterday and today. So, but before I begin, I will at least say a couple of the main points. And in terms of language, I will be reading in English, but please feel free to ask questions in Creole. And at the end, I will also be happy to tell you my main points and the main points that I want the Creole speakers to understand. If Creole is better for you to understand the main points of my arguments. So one argument that I am making is that 1825 is a critical point for understanding the erosion of Haitian sovereignty. And when I look at that ordinance, actually, I like to think of it more as the moral right. For me, it's not really a document about recognition, but a document that really states France's moral right to extort. It's a document about extortion and France's moral right to continue to see Haitians as property. So Haiti is a runaway nation, or to use the word, a rebel nation, a country of runaway slaves. So Haitians are property. So I've actually had a very difficult time thinking about this document as a document that was signed for Haiti to be recognized eventually, because the document itself, as for those of you who have seen it, doesn't even recognize Haiti as a republic. It never says Haiti. It says the French part of Saint-Domingue. And even when Christophe wrote letters to the French government at the time, the French government could not receive a letter from Christophe, because if Christophe signed it as king, could not acknowledge the king. So that's one point I want to make. So those are the key points. And what I am also arguing, and I don't argue it well enough here because I focus on how we can advance a movement. I am also arguing that we need to re-examine how we look at the period of before 1825, especially Henry Christophe's government, because I see it as a period of sovereignty, and Haiti's strongest period of sovereignty, and Haiti's lost opportunity with the assassination of Christophe, with the internal civil war, and in what we lost there, talking about the Haitian money, the Haitian gold, is we lost that treasure from that Haitian people worked so hard for to build through forced labor, and that money, many historians speculate, actually went to the first and to France. So I'm going to stop there because I don't, and so I'll start reading my paper. But those are some of the, but also too, yesterday we talked a lot. So just before I go, we talked a lot about restitution and reparations. And Franz Voltaire and others made it very clear that when we talk about reparations, we're talking about reparations for slavery. What I want to add is that when we talk about reparations, we also need to keep in mind, we're talking about, so I'm trying to think of ways in which we can build our argument and keep building it, right? That we're talking about restitution, so giving back the money owed for the indemnity, but we're also talking about reparations and its aftermath. So the legacies of slavery, and thinking about, I think, creatively, and how even the policies, the governmental policies of Henri of Bright of Dessalines, policies that were directed at the fear of re-enslavement. And so we actually have this the fear of re-enslavement and the literal fear of French ships arriving on its shores. So we can, even in terms of thinking about reparations, we can and should make an argument to for the French government also give money that would actually give back the money that the Haitian government, different Haitian governments used to design the forts. There's a lot of money was actually spent on these forts, and we have records to actually calculate that. So one of our arguments today is we need to ask for more money. We have more claims to make about restitution, especially when we think about when we start thinking about the aftermath of slavery beginning in 1804, the day of independence. So, with your pile bagay, pas de petit temps, mais nous capables de plus parce que ça c'est argument pas de nous perdre. Et puis, moi, je pense que nous perdre la bataille là si nous limitons argument nous avec l'esclavage. Parce que c'est facile de dire ça, nous mourir, nous pas là, mais nous là. Et puis nous payons après l'esclavage, nous continuons de payer la France après l'esclavage. Donc, l'esclavage, c'est une injustice initiale là. Mais l'injustice va continuer. Okay. So first, I would like to thank Mami Lili Sirat, the director of the Community Asian Studies Institute, for the invitation. Usually that's the first thing you do, but thank you so much, and because you also gave me the opportunity to really start my research in the Haitian identity, because that's not what I was exactly doing all this in my mind. So I also would like to thank the other organizers, Jair Placide and Odemo Desir. Also want to thank Ariel Alvarez for sharing some of her documents, which helped the archivists and the organizers of the exhibition, a few of which are here in my PowerPoint. It is an honor for me to speak on the 1825 Indemnity on the occasion of the 200th anniversary of this community. The title of the conference, the 1825 Haitian Indemnity, the Prospects for Restitution and Reparations, has a very targeted and explicit agenda. It ties the history of the 1825 Indemnity that forced Haiti to compensate former slaveholders for the loss of their property with a very specific political project in the present, as it demands financial reparations for slavery and its aftermath, as well as specific restitution of the massive capital sums that were extorted from Haiti, beginning with the indemnity exactly 200 years ago. On April 17, 2025, on the day of the anniversary of the Royal Ordinance, French President Emmanuel Macron issued a statement and admitted that the 1825 indemnity was a historic injustice. On that day, he called for the creation of a joint commission of Haitian and French historians to study, quote, 2 centuries of history, including the impact of the 1825 indemnity on Haiti, end quote. To my knowledge, there was not an announced date for the publication of this study and its recommendations. They also made no mention of how this commission might consider the voices and aspirations of the larger Haitian population. The Nouvelliste pointed out, the announcement said nothing about restitution or reparations. Many questions arise. Who gets to decide what kind of reparations and many questions arise. Who gets to decide what kind of reparations and restitution is owed to Haiti? What form will reparations and restitution take? What kind of programs and recommendations count as meaningful reparations? And should we expect to observe abortive, cosmetic, or insignificant efforts? Can the fundamental problems of Haiti really be fixed? Or as some people here would say, can Haiti be saved? Without a total reorganization of the political and economic order. If you look at this through the Black radical tradition, even the Caribbean intellectual tradition, they actually would agree with some of the ways in which we've approached it, but I can discuss further. Finally, what are the appropriate strategies and goals in intellectual historical grounding that Haiti and other Black countries and communities can adopt if we seriously mean to struggle for victory against white supremacy? What lessons can we learn from our own history, from the Haitian Revolution, from abolition struggles elsewhere, and from the complicated politics surrounding the indemnity itself? Haitians have long written about the indemnity and denounced and opposed it in print. And indeed, many have resisted it in multiple ways, from well before 1825, when they built forts to prepare for the French invasion. In 1825, Haitians resisted the indemnity. According to early Haitian historian Thomas Mardieu, at least one general was killed. Reportedly, he killed himself. And others were arrested and threatened for proposing an uprising against President Jean-Pierre Boyer to resist what was framed at the time as a new French takeover. And so if we take that seriously, there's a different way of framing this from other people's perspective. Others during that time did not consider this an exchange for a proper legitimate exchange. Yesterday, Franz Voltaire correctly warned us not to speak as if the Haitian nation collectively signed up for the indemnity. It was an extremely narrow decision by an authoritarian leader. For Haitians, the moral, historical, and economic argument for reparations is obvious and tied to notions of justice. Indeed, the idea of condemning evil acts, historical injustices, and atrocities such as slavery was foundational to the Haitian intellectual tradition. Baron de Vatay, in his 1814 book, The Colonial System Unveiled, proposed an international tribunal that would hear and try the atrocities of Atlantic slavery. In 1814, Vatay already argues that the colonial system generated crimes so exceptional that they warranted an international tribunal. Vatay conceived of such an idea long before Raphael Lincoln and Hersch Lauterpacht imagined a term called genocide, or an international human rights court, or a Geneva Convention. And for me as a genocide scholar, I was shocked when I saw that in his book. Vatay might be considered as one of the first advocates of a kind of international human rights law or system of justice to be agitated internationally. Seeing in this light, the Haitian reparations movement and other struggles for reparations in the Americas go as far back as the 19th century. President Aristide in 2003 began a new phase in Haiti's national debate over colonial legacies when he flatly demanded that France pay back Haiti. Vatay never demanded any payments. Slavery was still raging on in the surrounding societies, and he perhaps thought about the need to break the chains and bear witness to the recent and ongoing history of colonial atrocities. His oral history testimonies from survivors of the Saint-Domingue plantations
can perhaps be used in the kind of legal cases that some reparations activists envision and might go some way toward fulfilling his vision of a just reckoning. And when you look at his book, and he has a list of the different, some of the worst crimes of slavery that he collected. And I just thought, wow, I've never read any book like that. And so he documents the violence in a way that a lot of books that I think a lot of books say doesn't quite do justice to. But what I am saying here too is that there are ways in which we can use Vate in making our historical arguments. And even if you think about the history of abolition, how they would market crime, these marketed as crimes, we could actually use some of these statements to market the injustices that Haitians experience, of people in Africa, people in the African diaspora experience. There's a very, very, I think, important historical. I think that book has important historical documents for us. En créole, ça m'a dit tout, parce que hier, on a parlé des mouvements de réparation. Ce mouvement commencé avec Aristide, le mouvement commencé avec Aristide. C'est moi, ça me ouais, Aristide a une tradition pour nous réclamer, nous parler d'injustice, pour nous faire le monde connaître. Ça vous fait haïtien avec ça vous fait le peuple noir, des excès, des mal, des encore injustice. Et puis depuis avec secrétaire d'État Henri Christophe là, nous déjà ouais on commence là. Donc Haïti c'est un pays qui vraiment commençait comme tout bagaille commencer liberté, c'est un pays qui commence mouvement pour réparation. Okay. So I'm going to explain a bit on how I came to this topic, and because I've talked a lot, I'm going to skip that paragraph. But what I'm going to say is that in 2019, I was appointed as a research fellow to investigate how the University of Cambridge financially benefited from Atlantic slavery. My focus has been on 3 of the largest English joint stock companies that were involved in the African slave trade: the Royal African Company, the South Sea Company, and the East India Company. Once I started to examine ledgers that carefully documented how particular institutions purchased the stocks and bonds of slave trade companies, especially the South Sea Company, I came to realize that slave trade capital has survived in significantly powerful forms. As a historian of Haiti, my research encouraged me to think about colonial wealth in France, especially as it pertained to late 18th century Saint-Domingue and the 1825 Indemnity. Right now, the Eiffel Tower is the most famous icon that some associate with the Haitian Indemnity. But there are potentially many other buildings or lands, assets, and financial legacies in multiple private and public institutions in France and elsewhere that further research will connect firmly to the Haitian Indemnity. What I learned from my work in the UK is that through archival methods, historians can successfully document slave trade and plantation assets much more closely and effectively than even scholars may have thought a few decades ago. Also, research of this type often began with focus on plantations, but beyond the individual slaveholders, my work centers bonds and stocks and other complex paper assets. This kind of financial history approach is critical to the extraordinary complexity of the double debt, and the bondholders and the bankers and the financiers who are involved in this long and complicated identity story with its double debt and its dimensions of elite financial swindling and exploitation. I am going to show you some of the research I have done to start to identify other companies, other individuals, so basically who are our targets. So how do we expand our demands beyond the French government, even though I think the French government is the main perpetrator. But one of the things Francois Terry talked about it yesterday, one of the things to keep in mind with the ordinance is that we keep talking about 150 million francs, which is very, very important. But the the ordinance also gave France preferential advantage, the neo-mercantilist trade advantage. I think we need to start asking for that money, okay? So, and we're not even counting, we haven't even counted that money. And so, so I'll talk more about this later. So there's a lot more calculation that we need to do, and that's a very, very important part of the article. So Haiti lost revenues from that. Okay. Yesterday, we had a productive dialogue about the French Royal Ordinance of 1825. I would like to put some names and narratives into these gigantic, collective, and abstract sums of money so that we can dig into who actually received these funds and how the capital might have been used and reinvested. But as I am interested in thinking about strategies to further the cause of restitution, reparations, and Haitian national sovereignty, I am going to use my role as a historian to introduce some of the recipients of the compensation. By looking at these individuals who are claimants and recipients of the indemnity compensation, we'll be able to identify their possibly wealthy descendants who are likely sitting on this money. As in England, some may be major figures in government, and I'm very serious because we're talking about the wealthy elites. Many of their fortunes may have been legibly invested into businesses, lands, and other real estate. Banks and other financial institutions handled and serviced the capital in the complex transactions at every level, and many of these entities will have connections to the overall indemnity wealth and to individual recipients. As I mentioned, much of this wealth, probably most, is in France. But a great deal is probably in the United States, based on the diasporic history of white revolutionary exiles. It is very easy to just focus on the French government. Indeed, they are the primary perpetrator historically, and the French government is responsible for these historical legacies. But so far, not enough of the activists have set sights on the private fortunes. As I observed in England, these pools of identifiable non-state, private, and institutional capital are probably hiding in plain sight. So I offer you today a window into my targeting work and how I think that research methods will help us to identify the ultimate destinations of a great deal of this capital. Obviously, I will be discussing individuals, but major banks, other financial entities, private institutions, and businesses make for very interesting targets. The New York Times, as part of its extensive reporting, did manage to highlight at least one or two banks, including Crédit Industriel et Commercial of Paris. I anticipate that one or two banks is the tip of the proverbial iceberg, and forensic financial history research will tell us a lot more of this story as we go forward. As with England, where slavery compensation recipients would invest their gains into the turn to the east and become colonizers in Asia and Africa, so too in France. Will it be interesting to see the kind of colonial and other careers that the white heirs, exiles, and survivors of this Haitian revolutionary history went on to pursue? As money, some of the Saint-Domingue compensation would have been spent away, but to consider the Williams thesis as productive capital reinvested into other colonial ventures or other domestic metropolitan industry as with British railroads, British mines, and British textile factories, the Saint-Domingue compensation money might help us to write yet another chapter in the capitalism and slavery debate. Rather than merely demanding a frozen amount of old money extorted long ago, I observed that the racial capitalism and neocolonialism and extreme wealth concentration that still defines our world order, would not have been here at all without the unending exploitation of colonized peoples and the special advent of neo-colonial financialized exploitation. Okay, which is what the ordinance is really about. Neo-colonial financialized exploitation.
What would the French GDP be without Atlantic slavery, forced labor, and centuries of colonial exploitation? What might convince a range of political and economic entities to concede to reparations and restitution to the African diaspora when they show obvious and overwhelming resistance and rejection to the mere notion? And I can tell you, I did this research in Cambridge. White people were afraid all around me. They were shut. I was kept out of the archives. There were archives I had to fight for because they were just so afraid of how much the money could be. Okay, I'm just really afraid. And so, and when you start asking questions about French GDP, I mean, we're asking such a small amount because that whole country, the welfare of French citizens today, look at their lives versus the Haitian lives. I mean, Haitians are entitled to every damn benefit, excuse me, that the French government offers. Okay? I mean, we're asking about a small amount, and you say, let's have a commission. We have enough studies. So now the victims of slavery has to prove that they did this. There's the victims. So that's one of the problems of the legal battles that we're entering. Now we have to prove that they imposed an indemnity on us. We actually have to write it. We have the document. We know that they did it. So while they get to play historical, the French government gets to play historical amnesia. And we have to remember. You did this. You really did this. We're here. How did we get to Haiti? So I mean, it's something there. So today, as part of our efforts to better understand this 1825 indemnity and its bicentennial, I will be drawing on some exciting digital history work undertaken in Paris by the Repairs Project, who have been publishing significant collections of data for both the 1825 indemnity payment and the 1849 slavery compensation payments, and my own related experience in England to introduce a special group of roughly 10 family fortunes whose heirs were paid vast sums as part of the indemnity. And so one of the, for those of you who do not know, I mean, Haiti, as C.L.R. James reminded us, foreshadows everything. Haiti foreshadows freedom, but Haiti also foreshadowed slaveholders' compensation. So this database I'm going to look at, it also has records of the 1849 compensation, because after the French abolished slavery in 1848 in the French Caribbean colonies, the slaveholders again received compensation. And the British, there was also British compensation for slaveholders in the 1830s. And then throughout the Americas, in Puerto Rico and elsewhere, slaveholders received compensation in the form of reimbursement, sometimes labor, or other kinds of monetary forms. So the Haitian case is still very unique because Haiti became free through revolution and based on its indemnity, but Haiti is not the only country that experienced this. So I do want to make this make it clear, because it also helps us to see that it was so hard. How could Haiti have really avoided this without a war? I mean, whites, Europeans were not willing to relinquish their rights to property. So I think the fact that it happened in subsequent places also gives us a sense of how difficult the struggle was for Haiti. So people who did not win their freedom through revolution still ended up having to pay. Okay. So here I present my effort to use these sources both to make more sense of the history of the Haitian Revolution and to give some ideas of perhaps how we might pursue further research to discuss not only where this money went, but how we might find it alive and well, still existing in today's world when the books of private or public entities are transformed into other assets such as land or real estate or stocks or bonds. Let's briefly revisit the origin of this whole discussion of this vast wealth, colonial Saint-Domingue.
By the 1780s, the booming French colony of Saint-Domingue was producing a famously large proportion of the sugar and coffee for the entire Atlantic world region. Apparently, Saint-Domingue produced more sugar at its peak than Brazil, Cuba, and Jamaica combined. And a similarly prominent observation is that it produced roughly half of the Western world's coffee to feed the horrific slave plantations and their very destructive mortality rates. The colony imported more slaves from Africa than any other Caribbean island. So it's high death rates. More people are now aware that these profitable plantations were more like concentration camps or the worst wartime prison camps than farms or factories, with the extreme profitability and massive credit associated with the era's top cash crops of sugar and coffee, facilitating constant new slave imports by which planters made up for notoriously high mortality rates. As we know, all of this exploded into revolution from August of 1791, when enslaved people under bookman duty began the greatest servile uprising in world history, which culminated in the advent of Haitian independence in 1804. So Haiti just seems like to receive the worst of everything. So it's one of the interesting things here. So I translated it in English, but it's also here in French. I like Haitian intellectual history, so I like to keep coming back to Haitian thinkers. Louis Javier pointed out in 1888 that Haiti had to pay 3 times over for its precious freedom. Okay. He counted 3: slavery, the horrific violence of the revolution, and then the indemnity. But of course, that was not all. The indemnity was not the only price Haitians had to pay for independence. Before the indemnity, Haiti had to pay a lot of money to stay on war footing. Early Haitian leaders faced the immediate threats of foreign merchants who arrived in their shores claiming compensation for their lost property. And France had a cottage industry of people who published manuals of how to successfully defeat Haiti the next time around. Military defense thus preoccupied the new independent Haitian state. And Marlindo yesterday talked a lot about the plans for the French to reconquest Haiti. And what I will read this is the English part. What I want to say is that the historiography of Haiti, historians often interpret, actually they do always interpret the building of these forts as a waste. And how could it be? If if you have your former colonial power sugar in the shores threatening to enslave you, what's your answer? You build forts and try to protect yourself. Defense. I mean, this is what you're supposed to do. So this was the problem of some of the historical analysis of Haiti is that it almost doesn't treat Haitians as human beings sometimes, because that was a response to people who came out of enslavement and had during a time in which every foreign power refused to acknowledge them. So they had to prepare. So I'm not gonna talk about I wasn't alive at the time, but it's just, we can understand that if you're scared for your life, if you're scared for the nation that you fought so dearly for, that you're going to spend money to build for military defense. The waste, unfortunately, was that they didn't use it. That the Haitian government, Boyer did not choose to actually go into war. But so I think there's just we need to think about that differently. Yes, money was spent, but what choice did Haiti really have? And in 1825 is actually proof that they had real reasons to build these forts. But I think this last paragraph, and we can talk more about it with Renee, says a lot about, is a powerful statement on sovereignty and Haiti's exceptional situation in the 19th century. So it says, this piece of land where we are the masters, that we guard with such jealous care, for our descendants. We have paid for it 3 times. We have initially paid for it with the bodies of our ancestors and paid with 2 centuries of tears and sweat. Then we paid with an immense quantity of blood. And then again, we have paid 120 million in silver. When you in your country have done proportionally what we have done in ours, and when you have spent what we have spent, you can come to give us advice and to count our bed bugs and mosquitoes. Until then, shut up and leave us alone. This is Haiti Enraged. So this is everyone knows about the Citadel, but there were at least 8 fortress projects that Dessalines and Christophe undertook with almost surprising speed and success. And to me, that is also about sovereignty, right? Military defense. You need a nation need military, right? And so, at least some of us think so. I won't preach here, but during this time, at least this nation needed military. Here you see 4 of them. Once the Haitian state had been forced into the indemnity, no more forts had to be built, or indeed could be built, as the state was too stressed trying to pay the debt. First, Haiti could not build roads or schools because it had to build fortresses. After it signed away its revenue in exchange for its serious recognition and decided it no longer had to build fortresses, it could no longer afford to build anything at all. And this is the Haiti we have today is in large part a consequence of this. It would be worth calculating the actual amount spent on the forts and to include that as part of the money for restitution. Interestingly, then General Henri Christophe's letter book, the Copie de Lettres of 1805 to 1806, includes detailed records on the construction of the Citadel that could give us realistic ideas about the actual cost of these monumental fortress projects. Christophe's letter book certainly includes details that confirm traditional law that emphasizes the suffering and repression that these construction projects brought to the early Haitian laborers who were drafted into building them. This key source for Haitian history, the Copie de Lettres, is currently the property of the British Foreign Office and will hopefully be returned to Haiti someday. These are profoundly important historical documents for Haiti, and they need to be in Haitian hands. So again, I said one of my arguments is we need to also further our demands for restitution, and some of it has to do with this historical artifacts, our documents. The Copie de Lettres also details the special preparations that Christophe and Dessalines took to defend themselves from a next French invasion, which they thought could literally appear over the horizon any day. They stored supplies of flour and gunpowder and preparation for siege in the new forts. These kind of preparations suggest how difficult it would have been for any French force to have tried to actually conquer Haiti in 1825 had the Haitians mounted a serious defense. Basically, I am proposing that we use historical research to expand our demands for restitution and reparations, to include the mercantilist sculpting of revenue by the French demi-droit, to include the horrific drains that went into the monumental fortresses, that we use historical research to accomplish the next thing I will talk about, following the money from the indemnification historically up to our present day. So I am also arguing even the forced labor that we see in Haiti after the revolution. That's also in response to the indemnity, and especially Royer's Rural Code, which comes immediately after the indemnity in 1826, because he has to figure out how to pay France. Okay. This is the database I use. The total money, this is the database I use to trace the details of the compensation in the recipients. And I encourage people to look for individuals in it.
especially undergrads or students here. This is fun. The total money was 150 million francs. Dauboyer in 1838 managed to negotiate it down to 90 million francs, as it was quite clear that Haiti could not manage to fully pay off the serial loans that it was forced to contract with French bankers to try to keep up with the payments. So, so one of the interesting things, and I learned that in a US occupation document, is that even long after the indemnity, there's resistance. Even the 1838 reduction of the payment is also related to Haitian resistance. The Haitians stabilizing, we just can't pay, we can't pay this. And so this is, and there was even, according to Igno Patriotique, that at some point the Haitian government even just stopped paying and said they would just only pay the interest as a form of resistance. So there was the resistance did not end after 1815. But we have focused a lot on the payments after 1825. We have focused a lot on the payments and the negotiations and the exploitative dynamics of this freedom ransom. But now I want to focus on where the indemnity money specifically went in the end. So here you see a chart of 10 recipients of portions of the 1825 indemnity money. This is a work in progress. I'm a work in progress. These recipients are not chosen at random. I have selected them on the basis of ideas I have about their specific historical significance, or because I have long known about them for one reason or another. And this means that while I did not simply choose cases by the highest monetary amount, these figures tend to be among the largest of the recipients, as many of them were the owners or heirs to some of the most immense multi-property colonial plantation empires. And I haven't started looking for photos of their portraits yet, but I'm sure we can find portraits too of some of these people. The heirs to Joseph Honoré de Galifet, the Marquis de Galifet, including, I think, a famous imperialist who crushed the Paris Commune, for example, received 369,707 gold francs, the notional equivalent of as much as perhaps 120 million or more of today's US dollars. Yeah, these are what they're receiving. Yeah, it's a lot. As compensation for what was famously one of the largest and most profitable cinnamon plantation fortunes. Galifet had multiple sugar plantations in the north of the colony, and because those records are well preserved in the French National Archives, we know a great deal about those plantations and the enslaved people who suffered on them, and the role that those specific properties played in the Haitian Revolution and our ever-growing knowledge of the Haitian Revolution. As with the seigneurial capitalism and gentlemanly capitalism similarly observed in British colonial state colonies, many of these most important cinnamon sugar planters whose heirs received the highest compensation amounts were titled members of the French aristocracy. Most of my examples come from plantation operations from the Plaine de Cul-de-Sac near Port-au-Prince. I chose Dagu because the homes of my parents and many other family members in Guadeloupe are located in that former plantation land. Though now, of course, the homes are controlled by L'Amour Sanjou in the 400 miles. Oh, can't go back. So give me my restitution for that too. Can't go back home. The D apostrophe in Dagu refers to the fact that the proprietor was the Count of Dagu. His heirs received 100,000 francs in compensation, probably worth well over 40 million US dollars in today's terms. This makes you feel how much money is leaving Haiti. Near Dagu are dozens of other historic plantation sites, including La Féronée, whose heirs received over 152,000 francs, worth of 50 million of today's US dollars. Here you see colonial maps that I have used to decipher the plantation district of Guadeloupe. And here you see pictures of my explorations of these 18th century plantation ruins. These pictures are of the La Féronée plantation. I highlight the La Féronée family because Paul Cheney wrote a book dedicated to the aristocratic French dynasty's involvement in cinnamon sugar industry.
which was facilitated in the typical fashion through alliances by marriage. Here, the Bino estates around Siguad and elsewhere are also relevant to the Bafewele story. I note that the Bino portion of the indemnity compensation was a robust 238,000 francs, which I would estimate at nearly 77 million of today's US dollars. The whole geography of the greater Port-au-Prince area is a major tour of the great names of the indemnity. The Santo Domingo family received 177,000 francs for the immense plantations, perhaps comparable to 40 million contemporary US dollars. Their plantation was the site of the Santo neighborhood of Port-au-Prince. 10 kilometers away, closer to the center of Port-au-Prince, the Caradeur area was of course named after the famously cruel Caradeur who David Geggis discusses in his article on the Caradeur in colonial memory. He was known literally as Caradeur the Cruel. So you wouldn't want to be his slaves. We don't want to be anyone's slaves. Okay? Caradeur's heirs received over 280,000 francs, over 90 million contemporary US dollars worth by my calculations. Long before this was paid, Caradeur had also managed to bring many of his slaves and a great deal of his money to South Carolina, carried on as a planter and massive slave owner. His and other cases will likely demonstrate how much of the French 1825 indemnity money influenced the financial history of the early United States, especially in areas such as New Orleans and probably Philadelphia, as well as elsewhere. The heirs to an Imbert family at Akaye received 120,000 francs, worth perhaps 35 or 40 million of today's US dollars, for the Sucrerie Imbert at Akaye. I wonder how closely related they may have been or not to the major early Haitian statesman, General José Maria Imbert, who, like Bourgeois or Engenat or No, was a huge figure in Boyer's regime. I pose the same question with regard to the bourgeois plantations of Guadeloupe. French heirs to the massive bourgeois plantation fortune received an enormous 282,469 francs in compensation, worth perhaps 100 million of today's US dollars. What, if any, was the relationship of these bourgeois with the incredibly powerful and important Haitian general, Bourgeois? Do not have time to just study this research to go into Jerome Maximilien Bourgeois' political biography, his period of local rule in Santo Domingo, and his role in helping Adouin write his history volumes. But let's suffice it to say that he was no less important, perhaps, than many of his closest associates, Bigot, Pétion, and Boyer himself. Moving further north again, one of the biggest recipients were heirs to the you probably still want to look at this, huh? I'll just keep this. We're heirs to the Casa Major dynasty, who received 233,000 francs, perhaps worth 80 million of today's US dollars, for the sugar plantation at Limonade, the Sucrerie Charit that bore Casa Major's noble title of Marquis de Charit. Also in Limonade was one of the many immense plantations owned by Antoine Walsh. This is a great story, you guys. Listen to this. I have recently published an essay on England's connections to Haiti, especially during the Haitian Revolution and during the important phase of British direct involvement in the Haitian Revolution through its invasion campaign. But Britain also had its own important tendril of involvement in the slave economy of colonial Saint-Domingue. I often wondered about the historic Saint-Domingue slave plantations owned by men named Smith or O'Gorman. Antoine Walsh was one of the most successful slave traders and colonial grandees of the 18th century. Ultimately, I argue that we should use this indemnity database research to follow the fortunes of the recipients forward into history to locate the leaping extant wealth that was derived from this horrific indemnity. But the evidence also helps us trace the money backward in time to better understand still obscure or shrouded aspects of colonial Saint-Domingue's history. Walsh was representative of elite Jacobite rebels from Scotland and elsewhere who were driven out of the British Isle. Like others from that group, Walsh settled in Nantes, where he became a major participant in the French slave trade from Central Africa to Saint Domingue. He founded the major slave trading joint stock company called the Société Angola. I studied slave trade joint stock companies, and so this was a very good find for me. So he organized and financed major slave trading voyages from Cabinda and Luango to Saint Domingue, where he would eventually acquire many of the colony's most valuable plantations. This Angola company reminds me quite a bit of major slave trading companies that I do study. Walsh's grandson was killed by the famous insurgents of the Plateau region during the Haitian Revolution in 1792. Partial karma came for the Walsh family, and I find these stories a lot. You can see also why they were angry. Some of them lost their sons and children. I mean, this was a revolution. I guess this was the success of the Haitian Revolution. That's the punishment, right? So his sole surviving 19th century heiress received 232,952 francs from the indemnity, perhaps 76 million of today's US dollars. I've learned over the years financial analysis and prosopographies of wealthy social layers. So basically studying the elites, their social networks. It's one of the ways to understand the financial legacies of slavery. And I want to talk about Antoine Walsh. He's not just a planter. He maybe became a founder of major slave trade companies. So these are businessmen, slave traders, just to kind of give more of a sense of, and like I said, a founder of this Société Angola joint stock company that I'm talking about. Some of these mentors founded were leaders of slave trade companies. So here, so you have heard me talk about where some of the money went, but let me turn back to where it came from. In the long-term analysis, it came from sugar and mostly coffee. And it passed through transactions in the all-important gold and silver specie or bullion coins of the time, which were the main form of money and the only kind that the French were willing to accept. The French only wanted gold and silver. They did not want paper money. And we have our friend here who keeps reminding us that when you think about the gold currency, the importance of gold. And so interestingly, Christophe definitely did have strategic reserves of gold and silver. He certainly had more treasure by far than the Republican rivals who ultimately defeated him. I mean, Christophe was a successful nation builder. The citadel, force workers, so he made a lot of money. And Christophe knew the importance of money, which is why he told the French he will never agree to the indemnity. And as a matter of fact, when Christophe actually executed one of the French messengers who came to relay the message. Yeah. Okay, 5 minutes. All right. So, well, thanks to my friend here, I don't really have to really give my argument about. But let's go to the money. Okay. And, the point is, as a sign of Haitian independence, Haitian sovereignty, even before he became independent, he minted silver Haitian currency. So these are the coins. In 1826 is the rural code. Okay, so state policy designed for Haitians to pay money. But then in 1827, then we have the silver, we have the paper currency. And of course, we talked about the Zoé week. Okay, I say pas que papier l'argent bon l'argent. So I thought peuple la reconnaît ça c'est gagnant économie pas bon encore. Okay, you reconnaître ça. Donc c'est ça me parler et genre pour nous. You will keep our current okay, let's go. I'll go back to English. Okay, I mean, some people might see the arrival of paper money as a form of modernity and Haitian independence. And yes, it is. But it really was a decline. It was the decline of Haitian sovereignty. And a lot of the gold now was going to pay grants. okay? So, I'm happy to share the rest of the talk, with people, but what I do wanna say at the end, I kind of end with, just, Deborah has a nice quote that says, just gonna give me 1 minute, that quote, by 1898, fully half of Haiti's government budget went to paying France in the French banks. By 1914, that proportion had climbed to 80%. Okay? So, in turn, it turns out Bob Marley was right. Old pirates, yes, they were.
Thank you, Dr. Castro, for such an amazing presentation. Yes, what a cadeau. You live up to your name. Thank you, Dr. Como, for pointing that out. And we were bad-mouthing Dr. Como because he didn't talk about women, but I'm giving him some pointers because he wants to get tissue. I was about to do that. So you went up and like, it doesn't take much. So, I'm going to be very brief because I know you all have burning questions. I see your faces. So Dr. Cado, of course, highlighted so many important points, but I will just add the fact that she provided so many valuable insights about what was happening before, during, or after the death, including the fact that there was resistance, which makes sense, given the fact that a few decades before, Haiti fought to gain its independence. People say, la liberté c'est pas pour moi, la vivre mourir. So that totally makes sense, and we don't hear much about that there was resistance. And also the fact that the death is part of a colonial legacy that dehumanizes Haiti and Haitians in a concrete way to punish these women and men for daring to take their independence. I think of the song, "Nous pas faire boire caïman pour nous servir étranger." Liberté c'est pas pour moi. Sorry, I can't sing. So. Dr. Cado further argues that we should ask for more money to take into account the fact that Haiti had to build forts as well as the mercantile advantage that happened because of this debt, and that there were lands, assets, financial legacies that should all be connected to the indemnity through archival documents as well as bonds, tax, plantation, etc. I further appreciate the ways in which she connects this to real life examples. She says how Haiti foreshadows everything and that we're not the only country who deal with this, because as part of the dehumanization of Haiti, there's always this idea this can only happen to Haitians because there's something wrong with us. She reminds us, of course, that Haitians, we, and especially the intellectual like Louis Janvier, whom I love, have been talking about the debt, and that we have paid 3 times again, liberté c'est grand pour military defense, protection, because sovereignty, liberty, freedom is never free. Lastly, the debt is very much about power and the importance of restoration on so many levels, in so many ways. The archival documents, which are part of our history, our patrimony, our legacy, and the fact that also toward the end, she connects with them to real places and spaces. So it becomes very real for us. It becomes when we see Guadeloupe, we see Santos, we see Plains, And I think this is important because for us, we are connected to this debt emotionally, psychologically, physically, and of course financially. And as I was listening, I feel like we should start a hashtag, say their name, Restitution. You know how there was the Me Too movement? We need a hashtag Haitian movement. So the young people get on your Twitter, let's start this. Yeah. I have 2 short questions, and it was hard. I was trying to think of ways to ask my questions, so I don't know. I hope they will make sense because I was trying to take notes, listen, and take off my questions. So I wanted to know if you can give us some concrete strategies that we can use to bring awareness to non-Haitians especially. For instance, I'm thinking of the ways in which the last, 10 years or so, there has been several descendants of some slave owners who have conducted research through ancestry.com, and they are saying, okay, they're asking themselves questions, what do we owe? And this goes back to what one of the gentlemen, I think moved that to Kobo and somebody else talked about compassion and love. So do you think that there are ways that can be done? Because as Haitians, we know, but what about the average non-Haitian person? So that's my first question. And the second question is, I know you probably know about this memorial to the abolition of slavery and not, and of course, if you missed it, do you think there needs to be, as part of this restoration, a physical space in France with the name of many of these families, where it's really clear that these are the people who are profiting from the debt?
It's interesting that, first of all, that
You hear on the mic?
Hold the mic closer.
Yeah.
It's interesting that, that we actually have the database. One of the things I learned from my research in Cambridge is that once you start to link these families to descendants, it's very sensitive. So I think while it would be great to have that, we're also going to have backlash, especially from individuals who realize that they are descendants of some of these individuals. So I think we might have some backlash. But as part of the history of the indemnity, the compensation, and learning about the people, for people to actually know that, I think you're getting to your answer your first question better than I was going to, that if we want outsiders other than Haiti to know what happened, the public memorials can be one of the ways in which we can teach people about it. In addition to finding, say, very friendly ways to tell the history of Haiti, and to educate people about where Haiti is in the first place, even in France. I mean, most French do not know Haitian history. I remember being in graduate school doing a French student, and I said I was from Haiti. She did not know. I said, oh damn. And we have to learn from day one about France. So that yes, we have to think about non-textual ways, different mediums, different forms to educate the public about Haiti.
Thank you. Please go up to the mic to ask your questions, and one question at a time. If you can go up to the mic, I see you, I don't know who else sees you. So if you could get in line and go to the mic to ask your questions. Thank you. Your question, and
Dr. Cardo, I'm going to try to push back a little bit to see. Don't try to use the indemnity as the way Haiti is right now. Don't use it as a scapegoat. It's our infighting. It is the infighting. We killed Dessalines. C'est une bataille pour pouvoir. That's why Haiti is where it is today. Not because I'm making it seem.
Okay, please let him finish. Please let him finish.
That's why I'm saying. That's why I'm saying I'm pushing back. So, and that's what others are saying. It is the infighting among Haitians. It is the struggle for power. That's why we are here where we are today. What would you say to those who have taken this type of position? What would be your answer? What would you tell them?
Well, earlier, please identify who you are. Tell us. You remember Protocol?
Who sent you?
Who
sent by the French government?
And who do you work
I work for the alphabet letters. And I'm a member of the Haitian community, so let me put it down.
Well, number one, thank you for pushing back. Thank you for participating. And I do want to say, because I am focused on the indemnity, I gave a talk that was highly reductionist. Okay, it's reductionist, but it's reductionist for a purpose. I do want to emphasize the importance of this indemnity to understanding Haitian history. Without the indemnity, I could even argue that Haiti's problem is because of slavery, because that is the initial injustice. This is where it begins. At the same time, as a historian, I tend to think that a combination of things explain a situation. So the struggle for power in Haiti, as Michel often used to say, Haiti is the world. We have the struggle of power here in the United States. But, it's so rich, and so, I mean, we had a whole war in the United States over slavery. Did not feel rich, still rich. So it's not that, and I think the history of foreign domination, but underlying what I'm arguing is that the history of foreign domination, outside interference, has really made it impossible for Haiti to determine its own destiny. So when there are struggles for power, yes, there are struggles for power, but who's dictating? Who's influencing? So the gun vote diplomacy, if you want to break it down, Haiti is the way it is today, you could say, because of gun vote diplomacy. Because the foreign domination, foreign intervention, and the domination is everywhere. It's fiscal. The French starts with fiscal. Okay, I mean, and Haiti become a tributary, a French tributary state. It's paying it off, so it's fiscal domination. But they also use force and coercion. This was force. I didn't emphasize it too much in my paper because I'm trying to tell a lot. And so I think more than anything, and indemnity was a sign of foreign intervention, of foreign domination, of racism. I mean, there's a lot of, Haiti has all the factors. You just say it's racism. Haiti is racism. As Javier would say, in his writing, it's like the problem with Haiti is that it's Haiti. Haiti exists. Haiti is, as Jean-Claude Martineau would say, Haiti's the only country with the last name. Haiti is the poorest country in the Western Hemisphere because it's Haiti. Or Jean Casimir says Haiti disturbs. Black people disturbs. Right? So you go to Europe and you're in a store and you're buying just like cheap toys. A white person looks at you and she's just shocked. They're just spending $50 because she expects to be poor. Black people disturbed. So, so it's, but I think underlying, I'm arguing foreign domination, imperialism. That's what the indemnity is an expression of that. The slavery not just from, it wasn't just foreign domination in that sense. It was just colonialism. So for me that's the biggest thing. It's not that I don't think the struggles for power. As a matter of fact, I would argue the predatory nature of the Haitian state can also be explained with the indemnity. Because there's no other ways to really make money in Haiti. Everyone wants to, as you say, everybody wants to be president of Haiti. Because that's the only way you can make money. So the absence of industries in Haiti, of other opportunities in Haiti, it really, that kind of inequality is a broke state. A broken state that is broke really contributes to the exceptionally predatory nature of the Haitian state. In the Haitian elite, so that kind. So I think we have to go back to this debt in which Haiti is completely broke.
Thank you. I was just trying to find more tools.
No, I agree with you.
No, I was trying to find more tools for my toolbox.
Okay, a couple of things. Please, we can agree to disagree. So again, if you not agree with someone, then ask their question respectfully, and as professors, that's what we do in the classroom. We try to get students get orders to think critically. So, and I would like to add that Dr. Kadu reminded us that do not limit your argument to slavery. Slavery is the initial injustice, and that Dr. Como had said this morning, like for us not to confuse issues. You still owe me money. You can decide that I'm not using the money when you repay it to me the way I should. That's your opinion, but that does not take away from you owing me money. And also, this is not a binary. It's a polarity. It's not either or. It's both and. And we cannot have these conversations without putting them in a colonial, post-colonial, neo-colonial context, which is what I think Dr. Kadu also tried to do. So next question, please get in line. I see the gentleman in pink, I see this gentleman, I see the lady with the hat. Please get in line. I'm trying to keep up and be equitable and respectful. One question.
Merci Dr. Kadu pour présentation. Il faut en pile lumière. Il faut en pile lumière. Et pour répondre à la question, monsieur, et sans que on fait là.
Excusez-moi, est-ce que vous avez une question? Parce que le professeur Kadu répond à la question.
The question I wanted to, I wanted to make a caveat. You said that Christophe killed himself. I don't know if you're distracted. This Christophe was assassinated. He assassinated. Not only to say one distraction.
I know there was a revolt, but I thought he committed suicide before they killed him. There was a revolt. I mean, his own friends.
L'autre question, il semble qu'il y a une connexion avec Cambridge, avec un pilier les Haïtiens. Qui a entendu que ça a été amené?
Oh,
parce que il y a un pilier qui passe à Cambridge.
People connexion, c'est Thomas Clarkson avec Wilberforce, des abolitionnistes, qui étaient bons amis avec Christophe. Christophe était, nous quand même côté de l'argent, ça tout. Christophe était Clarkson 6 millions pour lui, pour aider les jeunes. Recognition. Oui, il est payé. C'est ça les people.
En même temps, il y a une connexion entre Saint-Louis de Gonzague avec MIT.
Oh, excusez-moi, une table nous était là, là, parce que quand je vais l'argent, les amis, on retourne sous l'argent. Merci. On retourne sous l'argent. Monsieur en bleu et madame avec chaque fois.
But one more thing, Pitt who led the British invasion, and he was also he was an alumni of the University of Cambridge. There are connections.
Good evening. My name is Henri Delosier. I am a nurse practitioner and president of an organization called Promoting Health in Haiti. Simply put, Promoting Health in Haiti has been training nurses to become nurse practitioners with a master's degree in nursing over the past 10 years. Question for you is, for 200 years, I believe that Haitians have experienced some post-traumatic stress disorders post-enslaved era. What do you think? Do you think that we should have reparation for post-traumatic stress disorders? In addition to
Number one, I'm going to say something that I did not say, but I do think that there's a debt that can never be paid. Okay, slavery is irreparable in a way. You can't really compare it. And there are some, some people talk. Some people talk about the psychological legacies, the financial legacies, and
I know earlier there was a panel on health. There's this. I mean, Henry Beckles also talked about that too, linking high blood pressure to slavery, and just one way we can think about reparations for that is just more medical research on health, on Black healthcare, people of African descent, especially in the Americas. So, but I actually think we're quite psychologically strong people. I mean, the white slaveholders. I mean, us. I mean, there's something psychologically wrong with a country, with a government that doesn't want to give Haiti financial restitution. So, I mean, I guess the question is how do you define post-traumatic stress? I don't really know, but I think in Haiti we actually have resilient institutions that have helped us survive. Clearly, a lot of problems can be solved with money. Unless, as in, if Haiti has, if the Haitian state has more money, then it can design medical infrastructure, right? It can establish medical infrastructure. All these such a stronger institutions or institutions that we don't really have. We don't really have a healthcare system in Haiti, for example. Would contribute to I guess the psychological problems we're talking about. I think someone yesterday was saying, I say what's that? And I always have my hands on thinking about the shocks that Haitians have experienced because you hear Haitians say, that is like the shock that as a I spoke the aftershocks of history. There's so many aftershocks, right? And I think there are material economic solutions that has to be addressed, and I think before all the other, so that we can address all the other parts.
That stress, Dr. Lee would call it post-traumatic slave disorder.
Post-traumatic. Okay, interesting. Next question. I think the lady in the but you may want to look at the work of Dr. Joy DeGroot. She does a lot of work looking at African Americans.
Hi, thank you so much, Dr. Mikado, for your wonderful and in-depth analysis and presentation. I'm just gonna ask a question. I'm not gonna go into it. Do you think that one of the reasons that Haiti has never been able to exercise its sovereignty is because it's been denied what you call ownership?
Yes, I mean it's still denied ownership today. And that's why I mentioned the commission, for example. And I was a historian for an advisory board, so actually I know what that is. And actually I had problems with being in that board as a financial historian because I just thought how sad a couple of people get to decide what happens to how this university addresses slavery. So I mean, there's something, for me, there's something very wrong about deciding something so big in history with a small group of people. And that's why I mentioned about the question of civil society, really much interested in society. I think Haitians, I always tell people that I don't know a group that fights the way Haitians do. I mean, think about Aristide, just the Lavalas, the Shukai, the movement that brought Aristide to power, and then done. Right? I mean, maybe you can link the first school to the Haitian military, development. The second one was what? I think you could safely say was the United States, and so Haiti really does not decide its political destiny, and because Haiti, some of these leaders are so poor, the elites. They're ready to just receive money from here's here. We're going to give you aid money so therefore you can stay in power. You think about devalue as well as devalue. So, and also just understanding Haitian history in light of the global order, right? So one of the reasons devalue was able to stay in power is because he could pose himself as anti-communist. It has to do with Cold War politics, right? But also, as you were saying earlier, that the powerful struggle in Haiti. But devalue could not go back to foreign imperialism. As Michel Waptu argued, that when the Americans invaded, they demilitarized the Haitian people.
And that facilitated, and they created gendarmerie, that facilitated the rise of devaluer. So even under our most brutal dictatorship, one of the most brutal dictatorships in Latin America, you can't really separate that from the history of foreign, of U.S. imperialism. So, and then when you think about the Totomacu, it was so easy. I knew some Totomacus, by the way. Some people were just really nice people just trying to make a living. Okay, so I want to say that. But they made so little money, and then so when there's so little money in the country, and you deny people of opportunity, so people say, you have to. So a lot of, so I don't remember what the question was anymore. But ownership, yeah. But so Haiti doesn't really get to own Haiti. If you can't decide what you can do in your own home, you're not an owner. Right? It's like you're a tenant. You're renting. You live in a place. But I say it. Haitians have the word saison qui vit ici.
Right.
Right? And so,
but it's the entire existence of Africans.
Yes.
We are denied ownership. Even in Africa.
Yes.
We are denied ownership of their land, ownership of their minerals, ownership of their resources. So this is where the beginning of the movement has to start.
Right, and going back to post-colonial scholarship, Frantz Fanon, I think, if you're looking for psychoanalysis and the post-colonial elite, I think Frantz Fanon is one of the better figures thinking about the rise of the post-colonial elites.
One more question, and then I have a question online. So this gentleman, and then I have a question from the folks online. One question, you get extra points for sticking to the rules.
Thank you. Thank you for the discourse. Again, my name is Patrick Butcher. As an engineer, when I see problems, I look for solutions. And I think this is the easiest they can do. The easiest thing they can do is give us some money. That's not a big deal at all. Yeah. Yes, money can do a lot, but imagine giving us some money at this point. How is that money going to be used? Yes, $10 million, $2 billion, $5 billion, not a big deal at all. They'll give it to us, but then who really is going to receive it?
That's the question.
That's not the question.
Yeah, what is the question?
I'm going back to the point I alluded earlier. The fact is, and just like this guy was asking earlier, is it fighting between Haitian that's putting us where we are?
Yep.
The nature of the problem is that we are not allowed to do what we want. Right? Exactly. Okay, why? Because of what we did.
Great, thank you.
What do we do? Well, the fear is, should we be left to do what we can? We will do back to them what they did to us. It's as simple as that. Now, we need to mitigate that fear. And as I said earlier, I'm going to go back to my point. We need to give good people a tool. The tool we need, I call it love. A life of versatile education. There's no quick fix, folks.
Okay.
As it
So
stands
is
right
there a
now,
question? I'm sorry, there's
as it
someone
stands-
patiently waiting online.
As it stands right now, the world doesn't seem to know what Haiti did and why it's suffering the way it is. So how can you come up with a solution without
I'm sorry.
educating the people?
I don't mean to cut you off, but I am going to cut you off. Is there a question, because I have someone online waiting patiently, and I have the question that I want to pose because we do have to wrap up.
The question is, how do we mitigate that fear seriously? That's the first step going forward. Before that, before we address that, they will not come to the table, because if we're thinking fighting, thinking that the solution will come with force, we already lost starting off.
But I don't think we've been saying, fighting, there are different ways of fighting. And I'll let Dr. Kado answer the question.
What we need is love, but this love needs to be qualified, and I call it proactive love.
Okay, but
love is as the answer.
The fact that we are all here, the fact that we exist, the fact that our people, women and men in Haiti, are living every day, women are giving birth. To me, that's love. So, the love thing, we can have a separate conversation about maybe what Jesus, what other type of love, but we're gonna table that love. And both Dr. Como and Professor Voltaire talked about the fact that nobody's saying, give us the money right now, it's ready. We talked about infrastructure, education, healthcare. So I think we need to, and I think most so, if not all of us in this room agrees with that. So I'm going to go to the online question, which will be our last question. Thank you. Okay, this is from Marie Nadine Pierre at CUNY-HSI question. I would like to ask Dr. Kado about the documents of the purchase of slave people. I would like to know how they were captured, who the captures were, and who sold them.
She said this is the Code Noir?
I don't know. That's what I got on the question that was sent to me.
Is it 1685? Code Noir? I always teach it in my history of the Caribbean class. Antoine Walsh. Société Angola. I just learned about Antoine Walsh. That's actually, those are documents now. Like I said, this is research in progress. So now that's another, after I finish this book that I'm working on, that's another slave trade company that I'm going to follow, because the founder is, like I said, was on plantations in Saint-Domingue. So this new inquiry, new finding for me. Yeah, but I mean, I'm sure she can go to the French archives. Yeah. Please join me in thanking Dr. Kado for very nice. My question. Oh, you have a question? Well, you must ask the question.
But we can thank Dr. Kado and I'll thank her again for wonderful, for thought-provoking, going into new areas for us to reflect on what needs to happen for us to move forward as a people and as a nation. I was just curious to know, I know when Haiti gained its independence, you had Thomas Jefferson in the US White House. In 1825, when the Indemnity came, we had John Quincy Adams in the White House. Have you found anything in the records, in the archives, that rank or show support of the United States for French going after us, and anything that could further, clarify or highlight for us the white supremacist practices of both nations, and how they collided, they worked together to really try to annihilate the Haitian people along with our tremendous accomplishment.
I think Jefferson, I mean, I haven't found, I haven't looked into the archival documents for that. But my understanding is even with Adams, I think there was some, with Adams, I think there was some trade, whereas with Jefferson really objected to any, to relations with Haiti. So, so I don't know what what I do know is that, before 1825, even though Haiti was trading with Britain, the French made the British promise and signed. This is in the Congress of Vienna, not to recognize Haiti until they recognize Haiti, and that and for the British to promise them that if they enter a war with Haiti, that the British would not get involved. So there was definitely white alliance. Now, was that kind of alliance made with Jefferson and France? Probably.
Louisiana purchased in
Louisiana
1803
yes.
during that same time indicates that we'll ally to eliminate this nation. In my opinion, I'm not a historian.
I think
linking.
The idea was the French made it clear to other colonial powers that they couldn't recognize Haitian independence. They definitely did that with the British. I know that at the Congress of Vienna, and probably with others too. I think Russia, it's a whole different story. Somebody brought up Russia yesterday. Yeah.
I think they want to respond. Yeah.
I will, yes, come on. And we'll thank a long time friend and acquaintance, Dr. Winter Schneider.
I want to thank you so much for your wonderful talk. I had a question that I think helps get at some of what we were just discussing, which was when you pointed to studying the elite social and financial networks as part of the legacies of enslavement. In response to this, I live and work in Philadelphia and studied colonists whose families received the indemnity in the Acte Bonite. And so those colonists were in communication with people like Stephen Girard, who was like the bankroller of the American Revolution. So basically all of that colonial business network was still intact through the Caribbean into the United States. And so I think when we talk about states, we also talk about capitalist actors and forces that are maneuvering in and around and parallel, but not always at the same time as the state. And so you can see that demonstrated in the early 19th century between Philadelphia and the ex-colonists of Saint-Domingue and their efforts at recuperating their fortunes and resuscitating trade networks that he tried to break. So I wanted to ask if you could speak more to why you're pointing at these, the legacies of elite systems as a place to look for really when we're trying to understand these legacies.
By the way, the so-called city of brotherly love.
Exactly, right? I mean, that's a very good question. I think in some ways what that does is challenges the nation-state, the nation-state model that we have for studying history. I mean, I didn't talk a lot about this, but I found, for example, a dozen Saint-Dominguean in my research at Cambridge who received British compensation as well, right? And so, I think if you read the Harvard University inquiry, you will find that they were able to trace some wealth in Saint-Domingue, in the Caribbean. And so, and at Yale too, I'm sure, at Yale too. So, and it's the West Indian connection. And so I think it just challenges us to really see the Atlantic world economy, like for what it was, and the different networks. You see how some of these predators end up in the United States, Haiti, and then some end up in Cuba and Jamaica. I mean, I talked about this Anthony Walsh, who's this Scottish, right? And so I think it just begs us to really see, when we're looking at the legacies, that we cannot just stay in this one nation, the nation state, but that could be the beginning of There was a far more, financial interconnectivity, basically.
Well said, because you mentioned Carter went into South Carolina.
Yes, yes.
And Bill came to New York with Tier 2 Cent, you know, so those things exist.
Before that, Jefferson never recognized his children with Sally Heaven. So what do you think about me?
Oh, yeah, he was one of.
Before we go to the next panel, I'm going to take my moderator's privileges to tell you that there are several conversations around the Restitution, Reparations. In fact, the Haitian Studies Association annual conference will be October 23rd to the 25th in Pittsburgh. Restitution and Reparations, where scholars, activists, artists, practitioners, etc., will continue this conversation. So please join us. You're all welcome. And if you need more information, I know
You will get
HSI
will,
will
absolutely, because remember,
if you're on the list. So,
but listen, now it's my time to say a huge thank you to Dr. Sabine Kado. All the way from the country, come and share this brilliant paper to help us understand more and more what happened to Haiti and how we can learn from what happened, learn from current experiences to move forward, because indeed we cannot deny that while there are indeed internal fights, there are indeed various factors as to why we are where we are, but a big part of it, a big thing that has stifled the development of Haiti is those debts, those indemnities, not that those extortions, those ransoms taken out of the country. United States, France, and many others. And Britain, etc.
That's a side of it. Let's go in there. Let's go into France.
And also, please help me say thank you to my dear, good friend and sister, your moderator, Dr. Cécile Axelier, who traveled so far as well to come and be with us and help us to put in Shiloh, Mayor Pin Shiloh. Without her presence, this would not have been such a great conference. And now my entire team have ordered me to say thank you to you all for making your presence, for coming here, for making yesterday and today this wonderful, successful day of conversation, dialogue for us. And they asked me for you to move next door, where we'll be taking part in some roundtable discussions, because we want to be able to collect your ideas to what do we do? Where do we go from here? Are we just going to sit, have brilliant conversations about restitution and then not have tangible actions? Although today, we know we work with a couple of things. We're working away by looking at families who has the money and how we can legally make demand for them to give us back that money. But we also know that we can work with the Haitian state, the Haitian people rather, to establish a sovereign fund, a sovereign wealth fund, so that we can put the money that will help us eliminate the conditions that Haitians have inherited from all these bad practices. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your presence, and please join us next door where we had breakfast and lunch. Oh, another quick note, and lunch for dinner.
The announcement is just that we'll be in the other room doing the final session, and that it won't be part of the live stream, but we'll be having a community conversation about a lot of the subjects we discussed during this conference.
They give me my money.
So please go next door. Thank you for the round table.
Yes. Where is my darling son? People for those with the Oh, I
Hold up, 1 second. Only right here, only in this camera right here. Don't look at anybody else. Only right here, but your eyes can be just looking at you. All right, thank
I tried.